Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the day two of CNX 2025. We will start in next 5 minutes. Meanwhile, I request everyone to please sign and submit your postcards. Volunteers Janvi and Satvika will come to collect the postcards, but it would be really grateful if you can submit it at the research room stall. It's in outside the Marvel room. Postcards you must have in your kits. Yes, you must have in your kit. Postcards must be in your kits. Oh, oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hello. Hello again, everyone, and a warm good morning to everyone. And I hope you all had a restful evening. So, before we begin, let's take a quick look back at day one, which was filled with rich discussions and community-driven insights. We explored regulatory challenges, community data rights, gender access, shared digital infrastructure, and powerful stories from women led networks. We also celebrated innovation and ethical technology at the Just AI Awards. Thank you all for your active participation and for contributing to meaningful conversation throughout the day. And now let's begin with our today's first session. Our first session of the day features two inspiring lightning talks highlighting on ground experiences and local innovations. Please welcome Ahmad Safruddin, Asia Regional Coordinator, Capacity Building Local Networks Initiative, Hina Singhal, Lead Research and Partnerships from Video Volunteers. Uh, Please note, each speaker will present here for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Ahmad Safruddin. You can call me Somat. It's easier to pronounce. So I am the Asia Regional Capacity Building for LockNet. So yeah, I'm happy here to share our story from the ground. How the power of local could empower communities and also to build meaningful connectivity. Yeah, first, I would like to highlight a story from Indonesia. So I wrote an article. You can search it in internet. A village takes charge how Taliabu built its own internet service in Indonesia. Yeah, you can search using keyword APC Taliabu internet. So yeah, from what we learn from the ground, when we trust communities with tools, knowledge, and space, they build solutions that are more resilient than anything we design for them. Yeah, Taliabu is one of example the implementation in Indonesia. There are more than 10 region in Indonesia that we empower community working together with them using participatory approach to build their own communication infrastructure and tools. So the other example from Indonesia, from the indigenous community in West Java, we work together with Gelar Alam indigenous community who uh, they build their own communication infrastructure and as well as maintaining and utilize the connectivity. But meaningful connectivity is not just connectivity itself, but how they utilize the connectivity to improve their economic and social well-being. um, the other example from the Philippines, I would like to highlight two communities. It is Copa and Nueva Vizcaya community. It's also indigenous community. They work with more than 50 community-based coffee producers. And yeah, the community understand context better than any external expert. And then through participatory approach, we we build dialogue with them, with the community, so it's increase ownership and then sustain the initiative. Also, I would like to mention the leadership also important. It's inspire policy change, public support, and innovation. So the digital futures of so I believe digital future of Asia will build locally through community initiative. So yeah, what we learn from the Asia context, communities knows what matter most, and also small tools create big shift when used locally. Capacity building bigger than infrastructure. So technology change, but skills remain. And also gender matters. So when women lead, network lasts longer. So policy grounds from practice, narrative from the field shape national conversation. So I would like to conclude this session. So community is not just cable or spectrum. It is people, skills, leadership, and stories. What we see in Indonesia and the Philippines and across Asia prove one thing. The future of meaningful connectivity belongs to local community. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Hina. I work with an organization called Video Volunteers. I lead their research and partnerships. To basically give you a brief of context about what Video Volunteers does, we have been operational in India since more than 20 years now. And what we do is a community media based work. We train people on the ground for the work for putting videos around issues that they are facing on a daily basis. So, for instance, if there is somebody who's facing an issue of a hand pump or a PHC, they will make a video about that. They'll go to the government official to talk about that video, and eventually an impact video is made. By this, we have created around 20,000 videos by far, which are all community developed and also first person narratives. And we take these videos and we try to understand what exactly is the larger picture that is emerging out of community resilience and what community solutions are happening. So based on the work that we have been doing, there are like certain core learnings and some failures that we have seen. First is that we believe that when we talk about community, it should not only be limited to bringing them into the connectivity. It is about power. It is about being heard. It is about participation. It is about how the bottoms up approach works in community building. So when we say that our we have a network of around 120 people across 200 districts in India, which covers around 21 states, and all of these people they make sure that all the issues that they are facing around them, all these people are coming from rural and marginalized backgrounds. More than 50% of these people are women, and these people are the ones who are coming from their homes and doing this work. They are just trained by us in how to create a video and how to not make it into something which is just another content. So based on those videos, we have an impact rate of around 40%. Every 4 video that we create, we have around 1.5 to 2 videos which do have an impact. Until now, we have impacted around 45 million people in India. So what we have learned by far is that the power that is there in the community is something that has to be held on to and is something that we need to build more capacity for. Whenever we say that capacity building is only just about providing instruments or tools to them, it is not exactly that. It is also about the way that the right to be heard is leveraged, and the way they understand that they have something to say. Most of the people, they don't even feel that they have something important to say to the world. So first is that. The second lesson that we learned in our work has been that whenever you go to a government official, the government official will say that, why do we work with you? You are going to you know bring bad light to us. You are going to say that we are not doing our work. How do we trust you? So when we go to these government officials, we tell them that this is not to put a bad shame to you. This is not to tell you that you are not doing your job. We are also working for the communities. You are also working for the communities. So why not we work together and be in a welfare kind of situation? So more than confrontation, what we believe in is collaboration. That we collaborate with the government officials and tell them that let's work together and solve this problem. And this approach that we have taken, we have seen that out of 67 projects that we did across governments, most 80% of them were successful. And that's the feedback that we have been getting. And there are, in the respect to that, it has also happened that many CCs, as we call them, community content creators, all these people have gained a lot of confidence and a lot of goodwill from the government as well. Whenever there is something that is happening on the ground, if there has to be a list that has to be made for ration card, or if there has to be something around voters ID, they do they do initiate conversation with these CCs, and the government tries to make sure that these people are involved. So it is like a bridge that is being built between the citizens and the community members through the government intervention. So we believe that confrontation, yes, we must do that, because there are times that we need to confront the government about what they are not doing, but definitely there is a way of collaboration as well. So we need to just find the champions who are working on that, and there are few champions we do have. The third thing that we learned from our understanding was, how do we make sure that the work that community members are doing on ground is reflected to whenever they are going to meet a person. How do we make sure that their work is reflected? So then we made something called a digital CV, a digital CV or a portfolio kind of thing, in which there were where they're coming from, what kind of engagement they can do, what kind of help they can provide, how many people they have impacted, what kind of issues they do solve. All of this information is there in their digital portfolio. The CCs, they go to the government, they tell the official that this is what our work has been, and because that work is credible and it has numbers and it has the credibility of an organization like Video Volunteers, they do listen and they understand that, okay, this is something that we can take into consideration. So the digital CV or the portfolio of CCs have really helped us too. Something that I would like to highlight on what has not worked is primarily around the representation bit. Even though we say that the way, we have people from all across the India representing the communities, but the thing that has not worked is, even for that matter, the YouTube. If you look at it, we did a survey like recently on YouTube, that who are these content creators, which background are they coming from, who are which social location they are coming from. And most of the people who are coming from any kind of marginalization based on identity, caste, class, or gender or disability, they were not heard. The YouTube does not provide a space for them in that sense. So we also need to think about how do we enable more spaces where such representation can be done, because the representation is pretty low right now. If I look at the numbers, it's like 2% of mainstream media captures the real essence of India's issues. So if that is 2%, then where are we even heading? The one more thing that I would like to iterate is about what has not worked is regarding the local leadership, how the power structure works at the local level. Because in the context of local level, the identity, the access, and the justice system, it works very differently. Even though we are working for communities, the communities have their own systems there as well. And most of the time it happens that even though somebody is intending to do something good, they are not heard, or they are not even considered that these people voices should be even reach anywhere. So for that, we have been building efforts around how do we make it much more intersectional in our approach. How do we make sure that there are safety nets and security that is provided? Like for instance, all the people that work with us, we believe that mental health is something that they need to be, we need to take care of them. So we have an entire mental health system for them, where they can opt for therapy, they can opt for counseling, all of that, which is a free of cost. So, and also one more thing is that all the community work that we keep on doing, we need to also acknowledge that it is all someone's labor. It is not it's we should not be extracting that labor. So we have a model which is economic. All the videos that RCCs create, each and every video is brings them money, every video is paid. So we don't believe in that extraction of knowledge in that sense. So, like, basically, concludingly, I would say that we know that the local stories have power. We know that we need to work more on the grassroots. But the thing is that the people from the grassroots are not reaching where they need to reach. The representation is still very much held by elite privileged people, and which is not really doing the justice that it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, and digital, I think, like, tech has a lot of potential in doing something there. But again, the tech is also being built from a very bottoms up approach, not a top not sorry it's built from a very top down approach and not a bottoms up approach. So till we don't keep on pushing the tech enablers and tech builders, that we need to do community first work, community first AI, community first digital tech, we will not be able to solve a problem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much to both our speakers for starting day two with such powerful and grounded insights. Wait, uh, there's one small gift for you both. We now move into a hands-on workshop that will give us a practical look at how community networks are set up and operated. Please welcome the team Air Jaldi, Michael Gingul, Manoj Kumar, Rajesh Kumar, and Kotla Sudhakar Reddy. They will guide us through the essentials of building a functional community network. Over to the facilitators. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So this is Manoj from Air Jaldi. Air Jaldi is working in urban Indian states, and we provide internet connectivity in rural and semi-rural areas, and we also work in digital skilling. So today, I will walk you through how Air Jaldi set up the networks and how we make the links and other connectivity in rural areas. So I'll walk you through the principle of setting up networks. Okay. So in the principle, how I'm connecting. Sorry. So the principle of setting network is first who I am connecting, who is our user, and small. So please help me. Sir, can you please?
Okay, sorry, I'll quickly take over. No issue. All right. So again, good morning. We have with us three members: Manoj, who's heading our projects; Sudharkar, who's leading a network in Mohinabad, about an hour and a half south of here; and Rajesh, who's handling our Telangana networks. So very, very quickly, again, this was meant to be a hands-on workshop, but we have only 45 minutes, so it won't really be a hands-on workshop. But what we would rather do is basically take you through the process of what it means to set up a network, okay? And as we were preparing for this workshop together, we basically thought about the following. People get to know about issues of rural connectivity, rural access, rural rights, all the things that we're actually dealing with. They get very enthusiastic about it, and it's a very, very good thing. But we felt it'll be very useful for us to share our experience so that if anybody is thinking about setting up rural networks, networks in general, community networks, it's good to know how it's done. So we're going to talk about the following principles, which you actually see on the slide. Who am I actually connecting? In other words, what's my target audience? Where is my uplink? How do I actually connect to the internet? What technology am I going to be using? How do I map my networks? What is the economics of running a network? Okay. What are the legal requirements, in this case in India? But please know that every country has its own legal system. They're never simple systems when it comes to internet. And again, at the end of the day, nobody does a journey or goes on a journey alone. Who's there to help me with the journey? So let's try and quickly walk step by step through this. Next slide, please. Or do I have the slide? Can I move the slides? Oh, yeah, I actually have it in my pocket. That's an amazing thing, technology. Okay. So as I said, we go and connect, but who am I connecting? What is the user type? Why is this important, what the user type is? Internet is internet is internet, bits and bytes. Yes, it is, but no, it isn't. We need to know, am I going to put public hotspots to reach villages that have mobiles? And that's the beginning and the end of my story. Am I connecting very, very big customers? Could be a college, could be a business that requires one very, very large type of internet connection. Am I doing a mix? All of these things will help me or guide me actually in building the type of network that suits the purpose. Again, when we get on the road, we can drive a Maruti 800 or we can drive a Tata truck. They're both great for what they're doing. I'm not even talking about Bentleys because I don't understand why we need to pay so much for four wheels. Geography and density, very, very important. Are we talking about a hilly terrain? Are we talking about a flat terrain? Okay. Are we talking about tree coverage? We're in South India. The minute we get into states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, coconut trees. How does that look? Rajesh, you're part of the building of our network in Tanjavur, right? Yeah, you remember the coconuts, yeah? Every place has its own challenges and opportunities. Because remember, a mountain is an obstacle, but a mountain is also something that helps us to build connectivity. Density. Density will tell me what kind of technology we're using. I'll talk about that in a minute. Present and future demand. In as much as we can predict what are we trying to do in the place we've come to and what do we think the future is going to look like. Is this a small village that has 2,000 people and that's the beginning and the end of my story? Not a tragedy, but that tells me what kind of operation I need to build. Is this a big city or am I near a big city? We are an hour and a half away from Hyderabad in the networks we have in Telangana. Am I thinking of going to Hyderabad or do I actually want to go to Mahbubnagar or Rayalaseema or wherever it is? We need to figure out. We need to think about it. And that's growth and forecasting. That's part of it as well. Uplink. We have to connect to the internet. Okay? We can build a wonderful local network like we have here, and we'll show you quickly later on. But I need to connect to the internet. How is that happening? In India, by and large, no place is more than about 50 kilometers from an uplink. Now remember, these are the laws of averages. It doesn't mean that if I drop a pin in a village in Madhya Pradesh, it'll be 50 kilometers from a link. It might be 5 or it might be 150. Okay? The network that you see here in the thing here is a network that we built in Gujarat in a place called Subir. If anybody knows this district. By the way, if you have any questions, you're welcome to barge in. I don't think I have a pointer. Oh, I do have a pointer. This is the uplink, okay? The network is here. This is 50 kilometers, okay? This was the closest drop we had, okay? The mission statement we had is build a network around here. Okay, we can't move the network, we have to find solutions. What type of uplinks are we looking at? When we talk about India, and this is a little different than other countries, okay? In India, presently, there are only 2 possibilities of getting connected to the internet. One is through fiber provided by the telecom operators. The other one is satellites provided presently by 3 or 4 players actually, but very, very limited bandwidth, okay? Those of us who are technical, KU band. So when we're talking about Starlink and we read amazing articles about amazing tech, please understand, this is not the reality right now in India. Legislation and other considerations mean that right now these are the only 2 options we have. And when we talk about fiber and connecting to telcos, there are only 3 companies in India that presently provide uplink. Airtel, BSNL, Vodafone Idea, okay? There are smaller Railwire and so on. We'll talk about that later. Okay, we talked about wireless density. Okay, so we figured out that we have to connect this community, and we figured out we have a link up here, okay? How do we go about building a network? The first thing is a site survey, okay? Where, again, as I said earlier, where are my customers? How far are they from each other? What are my projections going forward? That will tell me how I'm going to build this network. In this case, the network that we see here is a very, very sparse network, villages with low levels of income, very, very few customers in each village. What do I do? Do I build fiber? Do I put wireless? Do we have anybody here who is actually dealing with networking? Not necessarily. Okay, so quick word about. Did you raise your hand, or you just scratched your face? Yeah. Okay. So you do that as well, yeah? Okay. So do feel free to barge in and tell me where I'm going wrong. I'll probably go wrong sooner or later. Largely speaking, we have two types of connectivity: wired and wireless. These are two families. Within these two families, there are many sub-technologies. Very, very, very broadly speaking, wireless technology, as the name suggests, doesn't have wires. Okay? It means that I don't have to go around and find ways of pulling my cables or building poles to deliver the cables. It's a great advantage. The disadvantage is that we're using radio frequencies. Radio frequencies, physics, are limited in capacity. Rule of thumb, the lower the frequency, yeah, the better propagation. It can go through obstacles better, but it can deliver lower bandwidth. The higher the bandwidth, the higher the frequency, the more bandwidth I can deliver, but the more sensitive it is to delivering data. Okay, in India, when we talk about wireless connectivity, we really have, again, roughly speaking, two families of technologies. One is licensed bandwidth, which is what telecommunication companies use, very, very expensive resource, mostly irrelevant for internet service providers. Only the Airtels of this world have access to this. This is crores and crores or thousands of crores to get. Okay. The second is Wi-Fi. Very, very. Everybody knows the word Wi-Fi. What is Wi-Fi? These are two families of frequencies that are open to everybody to use freely. Amazing. The link that we set up here, the internet we have around us, it's Wi-Fi. Again, as I said, remember, first of all, we have line of sight limitations. Wi-Fi is line of sight. What does it mean, line of sight? I have to see you. I have to look you in the eye. If there's a wall between us, either the signal will not go at all, or it will be degraded. I will be able to deliver less bandwidth. So great, but with limitations. Wired. Again, two major technologies that we're talking about. Let's not talk history right now. Number one, fiber. Everybody knows fiber. Everybody sees fiber. Everybody sees the spaghetti of fibers that goes around every city in South Asia. Fiber is amazing, okay? If you talk about the capacity of fiber to deliver bandwidth, it's limitless, okay? We can deliver almost as much bandwidth. Let's put it this way. For all useful cases, we can deliver as much bandwidth as we need. So amazing, okay? Weaknesses. Costs money to put fiber. If I need to reach you and you're 50 kilometers away, let's talk again about this link. If we would have taken this link with fiber, we had to put 50 kilometers of fiber from this, in case there's Maharashtra. What's the drop? Where's the drop? Guys, do you remember? Ajmi? No. What's the name of the drop? In Maharashtra. From Navapur in Maharashtra to Subir, 50 kilometers on the road between states, expensive, problematic to maintain also. Fiber breaks, fiber gets cut, monkeys jump on it, people cut it, trucks cut it, unless you put it under the ground. Under the ground, costs are enormous. So a very, very different story. So again, You mix and match, okay? You choose the technology you use. Air Jaldi, from the time we were set up, we said we're agnostic to technology. We are not married to Wi-Fi. We are not married to TV white spaces. We're not married to fiber. We're not married to satellites or non-satellites. Give us a solution that does the right thing, we'll use it. So that's a great, again, another great rule of thumb. You have a toolbox. As an operator of a network, you have a toolbox. If you come to work only with a spanner, you're not a professional. Come with the toolbox. Use the right tool for the right job. And again, my colleagues here, all of whom are very, very experienced, and I dare say much better than me technically, know that, and they deal with that every day. Once we've built a network, we then get into the utilization of each technology. And that again gets into issues of loads and architecture. We put a wireless network. We made an access point here, point to point, one access point which sends a signal, one receiver which receives, and an access point. Wonderful. It looks like we can just keep on doing this. But if I start putting 50 devices in different distances with different loads, the whole thing will collapse. The same with fiber. Lo and behold, I just told you that fiber is limitless. It's not limitless. If I send fiber down, let's say here, and I have a customer here, 50 customers there, 150 customers there, and so on and so forth, I have to divide, I have to split the upstream pipe into smaller pipes. If I don't do this correctly, very, very quickly I'll get to a point where there's no water at the end because I've split it so many times, not in a logical sense, that I'm stuck. Can I reverse it? Yes, I can reverse it. But remember, the more complex things get, the harder it is to move backward. So again, think ahead of time how it's going to look. Where are we going? One village, two villages, one part of Hyderabad, 5 parts of Hyderabad, so on and so forth. Are we going to Chavela? Are we going to Mohinabad? Are we going to Mecca Good? How many people here are from Telangana, actually? Okay, so you know these places, right? Correct? Okay. So this is the IP scheme and addressing. Again, we can talk about IP scheming and we can talk about how we deal with IP addresses, a whole different ballgame altogether. By the way, shameless advertisement, Air Jaldi actually gives courses on setting up networks and on building networks. It's a 1-month course, and even at the end of that 1-month course, we're just about ready to begin. But those of you who are interested, we will be here after the presentation. How do we design networks? So, I talk so much about designing networks. Well, it's not some kind of a skill that you need to spend 25 years figuring that out. Luckily, we have amazing tools that are available to help us. Okay? What you see here is a sample of different tools that Air Jaldi actually is using. This one, okay, is, as you can see, this is a Google map, but it's an image of a tool that's called Hey, What's That? What's Hey, What's That? I go online, I open this website, I put in a lat long, I tell the application or the software what height of a location I have, and it tells me what my coverage looks like. In this case, all the areas in red are reachable from the access point that I've defined. Everything else is not reachable. So when I start designing, it actually gives me a very, very good but general description of, hey, listen, if you were thinking of putting something here, you're not going to reach it. Not from this relay. So if you really need to go here, you'll need to figure out something else in order to reach them. Okay? The second tool is, okay, let me go to this later. This again is Google Earth, but now it's showing me what's called, again, that thing I talked about, line of sight. It tells me where there is a clear path. In this case, there's a clear path throughout. If I put an access point here, I will see this. If I put an access point here, I will only see till here, more or less, okay? The third tool, every equipment provider has now their own tools that help you actually design. Again, when we started, it was a little more difficult. Luckily, it's much simpler now. This is a tool that's provided by an equipment manufacturer called Ubiquiti. What it shows you is point A, point B, what capacity, and in this case, good line of sight. This is a good link. Okay, this is an example from a link that we built. This is a good link. This tool is a tool that's called Radio Mobile. It's a little more involved, a little more professional. It allows you to define radio frequencies, technologies, a lot of things, and to be a little more exact. Okay, so this is just basically a quick journey going from something very general through something more specific. But remember, here, a point to remember about design and using tools. Don't start by the tools and go back to the design. Start with the design. Remember, I said, who am I connecting? Why am I connecting? Yeah. Otherwise, what happens more often than not is you get stuck in the woods and you forget the forest. And you might build a network that might not be very efficient. What's efficient? Efficient means that it does the right thing technically, but it's also not too expensive. Please remember, and I'll talk about it in just now in economics, that we're dealing in a business that's actually an expensive business. Building a network is not a cheap undertaking, okay? And that leads me to the next thing. Many years ago, I had a friend who worked in healthcare, and one thing he told me stuck with me. He said, look, building a hospital is very expensive, but running a hospital is even more expensive, okay? The same is with networks. It's expensive to build a network. It's expensive to run a network. Sometimes you're tempted to go and start an operation. You don't necessarily think about the future. You should try your best to think about the future. Am I going to be able to maintain it? And at the end of the day, if you have users, these users need to pay you, even if it's a community network. All a community network is, it's a different way of organizing the ownership. Somebody needs to pay for this. So either you get somebody to subsidize it or your users need to subsidize it. A rule of thumb in India, again, in other countries may be different, but my experience teaches me that it's not that different. If you're building a network that doesn't have a minimum of about 200 users, okay, and an Indian currency makes more than $1.5 lakh a month, you're running into issues. Somebody needs to help you economically, okay? So remember, this is two kind of, again, rules of thumb. 200 users, 1.5 lakhs, or if it's easier, 2 and 2, okay? Sustainability, same thing. Okay, so we've identified our users, we designed our network, we defined the technology, we understand the economics of it. Regulatory. Let's not underestimate what this means. In India, running a network requires you to be very, very compliant. Okay, and there are multiple regulations. On top of the regulations that one has in running a business, one has to comply by the legal requirements of the state of India. This is the Department of Telecommunication, or as we call it, DOT, to whom you need to report on a regular basis in very great detail, and they're very, very particular about it. There's the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, that again has its own demands and are very, very specific. Security, you need to have the ability to keep your data, report on your data to security agencies in India that have the right to demand this, and they do demand it all the time. And again, financial and infra reporting. So again, it's not like I can walk tomorrow out of this building, put up a network, and just start running it. It doesn't work like that in this country. Very, very difficult. Okay, I don't know if I'm on time. I hope I'm on time. 10 minutes. Wow, I'm doing good. This last slide, we just wanted to say that, again, it might have sounded as if we're trying to discourage people from doing this. We are not. We think and we know the task of connecting India is far from over. Okay, no matter what the press tells you. So every initiative is extremely important. It's just that one needs to know how to go about it. If there's an issue and you really want to do it and you still need assistance, remember, there are a couple of options ahead of you. You can work as a franchisee for bigger companies. It could be the telecommunication companies, it could be aggregators, or you can try and seek assistance and help from organizations that do it. And I can think this morning about at least two organizations. One is Digital Empowerment Foundation that actually organizes this conference and has kindly invited us and deals with it for many, many years. The other is Jaldi itself. Again, we're a commercial company, so we won't do every project, but our mission is to connect rural India, so we always remain interested. If there are any questions, thoughts, happy to address those.
Working with the currently as a consultant with APC on the local access program. It's really fantastic to see this systematic layout. So just firstly, a technical question about India. So mobile broadband is not an option for an uplink in India. Is that does regulatory barriers make that difficult? So you can say a bit more about that. And then to ask you more about, I mean, the planning for the long term. I think it's so important, and that's what so many community networks struggle to do. And I mean, maybe to say a little bit more about that, especially the financing part of it. I mean, what do you need to plan for in terms of availability of finance during the initial capital outlay, but also what do you need to take into account? Obviously, you need to do the market analysis, costing, but a little bit more about the kind of financing needs that you need to actually plan for, short, medium, long.
Sure. So thanks. These are two very interesting questions. So the first one is, can we connect to mobile data? Now, if I understand, I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Henriette. So Henriette, what you mean is, can I connect using a mobile phone as my uplink? Is that roughly the thing? Or will the... Okay. Understood. So again, the providers in India, the backhaul, the uplink are all telcos. Okay. Again, the names that I mentioned are all Indian telcos. So those are the providers. There are no others. If I don't want to get into their what's called 0-point manhole, in other words, to get to their exchange and do the handshake there, connect there, I can get mobile devices that connect me. Everybody in India now knows this magic word air fiber, right? Have you heard the word air fiber, geo air fiber? By the way, it's a name stolen from this company, Ubiquiti. Ubiquiti has a patent on the name air fiber, but for some reason it's not holding in India. I can do that, but it's very, very limited bandwidth. Okay? This is bandwidth that's meant for home use. That's another very common mistake that we face daily. An institution, a college with 100 computers, will buy a home connection through an air fiber and will say, I'm paying only 600 rupees a month and the college is connected. No, the college is not connected. You're connected through a 5G that goes into Wi-Fi that's meant to use the support 2 users. It's using a tower that has 150 users. You load 50 computers on it, it's going to be very, very slow. And then you're going to complain, and the local sales guy will sell you something, but he knows or she knows that they sold you the wrong technology. So that's on the number one. So it's really connecting to the fiber of the telcos. Okay, that's really, again, if you want to build a network. The next question, setting up a community network, long-term, short-term. How do we do this? How do we deal with the challenge? I was thinking of two things, or maybe three things, if you will. Number one, what I said from the get go, try to project what you're doing, okay? I always say that India, and as you can see, I'm not an Indian, although I've been living and working here for 20 years, okay? But in India, people have been selling and buying things for 15,000 years, okay? It's not like people here don't understand commerce. They're very, very good at it, actually, much better than me. It's economics. How much am I spending? How much am I getting? What's my karcha? So when you run a network, okay, when you start, and that's why I recommended that if you're just starting on your own as a small community network, use other people's experience. You're so lucky that you have some organizations in India, I mentioned too, there are many others who are actually willing to do this. If somebody calls me and says, I want to build a network in Madhya, actually we work in Madhya, I don't know what, Orissa, I might say, listen, I'm not working there. You want some piece of advice? Here it is, very, very quickly, back of envelope. But do the economics of it. When it comes to sustainability, it's and you implied something there, and that's a huge challenge. The challenge that internet service provision has everywhere, and India is not an exception, is twofold. Number one, people assume that the world is already connected. So if you come and you say, I want to connect, it's like, what do you want to connect? The reports of the Department of Telecommunication or TRI tells you that all of India is connected. What's there to do? You only need to drive an hour and a half to understand that it's not exactly the case. The second thing is people don't think of it as infrastructure. This is an infrastructure project. Building a network is like building a road. The economic projection has to be 20, 25 years. The investors don't necessarily think about it this way, so it's always a challenge. What are the solutions? Nike used to have a tagline, just do it. Start, make sense in a small network, build it carefully and slowly. I hope it answers. Okay, just very quickly, Pranita, we didn't have time to talk about it. We set up actually a point-to-point link here, which we meant to demonstrate, but we're slightly out of time. We'll just keep it up for a while. Again, my colleagues Rajesh, Sudharkar, and Manoj are here. We'll be staying here for most of the day. You're welcome to approach us, and we can unpack any of these issues further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael and the team. Uh, Here's a small gift for you all. Michael, you already have one. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will now take a pause for a high tea break. Please feel free to network, connect, and enjoy the refreshments. We look forward to having you all back for the next session at 11:20 a.m. here only. Thank you.
over 2.7 billion people in the developing countries still don't have internet access. This means that over half of the world's population is missing out on the life-changing benefits of connectivity, from financial services to health and education. India is a diverse country, having different cultures,
Hello, hi, welcome back, everyone. We hope you all had a refreshing high tea break. So, now we are moving into our next session, that's a panel discussion on hyper local communities and meaningful access. This session explores what meaningful access truly looks like when grounded in local contexts, cultures, and community driven models. Our moderator for this session is Senka. She's an independent research consultant and a RISE member. And our speakers are Dr. Sarbani Velur. She's a visiting assistant professor in BITS Pilani, Hyderabad. Mr. TB Dinesh. He's a technical director at Genestu. And the third one is Ms. Ritu Srivastava. She's the director at JD8 Solutions. Let's welcome our panel. Thank you. Over to you, Senka.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the session. Now on the second day of the Community Networks Exchange, we had so many interesting discussions on regulatory action, data ownership by communities, some stories from the field, and also like a more practical session earlier this morning on how to build networks. In this panel discussion, we're going to explore some of the challenges that the community networks in India are facing. Challenges linked to sustainability and languages, local content, gender, literacy. And we have 3 practitioners here in the room. They have all confronted these challenges and turned them into opportunities for innovation. They will share how community governance and local content and local capacity building can help create impact. So let me introduce our panelists. I'll start with, to my very far left, we have Ritu Srivastava, who is a technology and connectivity policy professional with an interdisciplinary academic background, holding a master's degree in electronics and telecommunications and an MBA in information and technology. Based in India, Ritu's work lies at the intersection of communication technologies, digital inclusion, and community-centric infrastructure models. Currently, she is serving as a program officer at the IEEE Future Networks and supporting them for 2 programs. She has also represented India at the Global Network Initiative, the UN Human Rights Council, and the High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation. Then we have Professor Sarbani Belur, who is currently affiliated to the Birla Institute of Technology and Science at PITS Bilani, Hyderabad, as a visiting professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. And her areas of expertise are citizen science, science and technology studies, where her area of focus is technology and its social impact, rural development, and gender studies. She has worked for over 12 years in the area of community networks in India and Asia Pacific. And finally, we have Dinesh, who is a community media activist with a background in computer science. For over 2 decades, he has been part of Janastu and Serve Lots in Bangalore. And their focus now is on storytelling methods and encouraging people from communities marginalized by the literate, especially women, to tell their own stories and participate in documentation of their ways of life. He created initiatives like Arrowway, Anthill Hacks, Regeneration Lab, Cow Mesh, and Crafter Space. Lately, he's discovering ways to use AI to lower the barrier of interaction with the low literate women. Well, actually, yeah, sorry. Thanks, Dinette. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Senka Hadjic. Actually, Pranita had introduced me at the very beginning. Yeah, I will start with my first question goes to Ritu. You have been really involved in combining community radio and community networks to strengthen local communication. Can you give us some information on how these efforts help make connectivity more meaningful for the communities?
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Senka. And I think my voice is also loud enough to be without working with the mic as well. Uh, okay. I'll start the journey of a CR Bolo, or the journey of how I started working with radio station and combining with community network is also started at a CNX in 2017 or 18, when we did a first CNX in India or a second CNX in India. We were talking about that why community radio should be seen as a extended network of a community network for a 2 reasons, or for a multiple reasons. One of the reason was we identified that public spaces such as community radio stations do have a capability and do have a infrastructure, ready infrastructure, which can be optimally utilized for extending the network in any sort of, especially in a rural regions, and that has to be seen as a public, has to be seen as a another leg of a community networks, which we believe in. I believed in that, and then that's the one of the journey which started in a 2020 when the COVID hit, and most of our Orissa-based laborers were going back to their own city or the one. We found that especially the farmer or laborers were not able to communicate with their hometowns, and then we radio stations was doing a lot of a job, and it was on their hand. They were trying hard to have an internet, but not the internet was not working, and that's the reason that when we established the CR Bolo, and in a Bolo is also a speak, because community radio is a more voice enabled service, provide a voice enabled services than a web interface or something like that. And considering India, which is a more has a 22 official language and so many dialects and so many things, it's better to be services should be enabled with the voice based as well. So when we were doing it is establish the radio station in the use their infrastructure such as a tower, local network, and the skilled human resource for extending the network. We established the network within that the tower of a radio bulbul, and then utilized and provided the connectivity to 3 schools and 3 SHG centers, established with the online and the with the local as well as with the internet. Primarily it was used more on our internet, but later on it went into the local network as well, because most of our content was available local network. Most of the feedback which we were receiving from our for a radio station was through the this one. But we also realized that we need to connect. People wanted to, during the time of the COVID, people wanted to talk to radio stations because they wanted to come back to their hometowns. So we enabled IVR service on the top of the local network, with which is combined with the GSM band, with both on the local network as well as on the cloud service, so that anyone who would like to contact, they could be able to access that services, and they can access that local. One of the good part about this putting the network on the in the radio station is because we do not need to do a two level of a work. One is a mobilization, because community radio stations work in such communities where connectivity is really, it's not so good, or it is fragile, or it is has some kind of a issues always there. They already they already have a communities who are mobilized, and well enough skilled human resource are also lying there. So you we do not need to do the high level of a training, just give a small scale of a training, and then we can realize that that human resource can be used, or a people can be, or a local people can be work better with the radio station, because they know the radio station, they work in the radio station, they come, they see the radio station. And radio stations are 24 by 7, or mostly like a, at least they are open for 18 hours in a day. So it is an easy accessible public space where people can access it and use the digital services. So that's where which we are established the CR Bolo. Currently we are also thinking that it is a needs to be a IVR service, but we need to be have a more localized version. So we are topping up with the LLM model, just to bring a lot of financial inclusion services, all scheme and information services through the language based and a voice search based model. Because uh, one of the challenge what we faced in Orissa is a dialect is the Hindi, English, and Oriya dialect was the one which we wanted to have it. All of the content is stored on a local server as well as on a cloud, but people usually use a local server for the connecting it. Why? Because 1 GB data is not enough to access the services online. They would not like to go online and use it. So if they would like to connect on with the radio station, school students would like to connect with the radio station, or they would like to give a feedback or anything, they use the local network of a CR Bolo. They do not go back to the internet on the time to time basis. And this is why we are keep on doing a search that what could be the beneficial and what could be the thin line when we can include technical and social architecture to should be mixed together, and see that how local content and meaningful access can be leveraged from both the side.
Thanks so much, Ritu. So yeah, combining these two solutions, like the radio and the network, I think because of the ease of access, it ultimately leads to better inclusion. And you also mentioned like different languages, dialects, and local content. So our next speaker, Dinesh, is kind of yeah, an expert on local content, and I would like to hear what are your like insights and challenges when it comes to local content.
Thank you. So we started this local networks about 10 years ago, approximately. But during COVID, it was very interesting because we couldn't see how the students and others in the villages area. Like we live in a village which is about hour and a half from Bangalore, and Bangalore is a big city and there's always connection and all that. But when you come to our village, there is nothing. So we have a little forest around us, and people have to cross the forest to come. But it's only about 15 minutes of travel in the during through the forest. So, but during we set up a network and it was active, but we were not engaging with the outside world with the network. and we were collecting stories and all that. And during COVID, we had to connect to the outside world because the students started asking they need connection to the outside world. That's how we started connecting to the outside world. But our main interest was in developing applications that can hold the content of the village. And what we catered to was women of the village. So because the women have a lot of stories and they don't have an outlet, especially if you don't know how to read and write. So if you don't know how to read and write, what do you do? So that is when we started looking at how communities can tell their stories and other people can annotate. So we started developing an application for their needs, which is deployed on the local radio and local network. And so this application, what it does is basically let people tell their stories. And when somebody hears it, they can annotate it. They can say from here to here is interesting. From here to here is, they can also give their own words to it or translate it or transcribe it even. And then people who record it or their friends can make a small group around it. And that is very important because most people don't want to put it out in the open by default. They want to get some understanding. They want to mark part of the audio or video and then release it later when they're okay with it. So this process is the most interesting, and that's why we developed this application. And I find it very interesting how many women use it, how they use it, and how they get to know that they can interact. They can, also share it with their friends in the locality. So these things we find is very interesting. And what else did you ask? Yeah. So our main challenge is, of course, the policies, the government policies, and all those things, and how there is no framework for the people that we work with. So we had to bring an internet from outside, and then it has a lot of restrictions. We still don't know whether it's legal. So, so, so that's the issue, right? So they don't push us and ask too many questions because there's no alternative. That's how I feel. If there is an alternative, then we would be questioned. We would be like, why don't you use this? Why don't you use that? But there is no alternative in our area. So but that has given us an opening into how we can interact with especially the women in the area. But the most important thing is, what do the women who don't read and write need? They need to have local groups, and we are concentrating on the local groups and how they can interact. And we have a craft center, so where people can come to the craft center, mostly women, and they interact with each other. And we have a radio station, which is the community radio station. They can talk and they can publish, and we mix all these things together, right? So that's enough for now.
Thanks, Dinesh. Yeah, also great that you are looking at ways how to include like this specific group of population, illiterate women. Sarbani is doing something similar, basically working on women's entrepreneurship in rural areas, and community networks can enable that.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be talking here. The community network that has been set up in Pathardi, that's a rural Maharashtra, not very far away from Mumbai. That is just now Dinesh mentioned that it is 1.5 hours away from Bangalore, the place where Dinesh's network is, and this is around 3.5 hours away from Mumbai. and there is no connectivity. The reason why there is no connectivity in this village is because it's covered by hills on three sides. So network operators for a long time have never been to this location because they think that it is a wastage of their efforts to go into the village and not be able to connect the shadow region of the hill. Yeah, so because there is a hill that acts as a boundary sort of, and so the network operator was never going. And you will not believe, Reliance Jio, their cable ends at the mouth of the village. Yeah, so this is something was very sad for us. So I used to work during that time as a senior research scientist at IIT Bombay in the Grammarg lab. And my principal investigator was Professor Abhay Karandikar. He is currently the DST secretary. And then we got the funding from APC, Association for Progressive Communications, wherein we set up this network in Pathardi, and we called it the Aple Pathardi network, yeah, community network. The reason why this network was set up was that connectivity was not there, and it would never come over there because of the dynamics of the telecom operators. But in spite of it, the people in the village wanted connectivity in some form or the other. Yeah, the reason was that the city or the nearest town, the town in which town is called Jawahar. Jawahar town is around 10 to 15 kilometers away from the village, and they, for even looking into their bank account, they had to travel all the way to Jawahar town. And it was becoming very difficult for them because these are all agricultural laborers, so they spent a lot of money going there, and their daily wage for that day would also not be there. Yeah, they would miss out on that. So so they thought that why not set up a connectivity in the village, and so to enable these services for them. And it was then that we thought that, okay, we will try to do it because we are not telecom operators. We don't have the permission to do that. Let us do it with a SIM card based cellular router put up in the tower that is existing in Pathardi. It was during Sam Pitroda's time. This tower was set up for voice connectivity, and it is now a defunct tower. Yeah. So we set it up over there, a SIM card based cellular router, dual SIM card cellular router, and we enabled this lady in the village as an e-dost. E-dost is an initiative that has actually caught up in all across India now, and it is by BIF Development Research Foundation that we set. I mean, during the project with APC, we set up. We trained 5 e-dosts, and now it is more than 152 e-dosts all across India, working in rural areas, enabling services, the e-governance services like death certificate, birth certificate, Manrega things, looking into the bank account, bank transfers, money deposits, all those things has been enabled by this e-dost. Now, so she uses her mobile phone, the Bluetooth in a mobile phone, and she accesses the signal from the SIM card, and she enables the services with a small biometric device that she has. So it's a very cost-effective, frugal solution. 3,000 rupees, not more than that, and she does a yearly recharge of 1,200 rupees to 1,500 during that time, and she enables. Now, as time passed by, what happened is that more and more women in the village wanted to be a part of this network, and it was very difficult for us to understand or to give them a suggestion that how can they be a part of this network. So that is when we set up this offline network within the community for women to sort of set up a cultural repository of their own. And that is where they set up their biodiversity. They have a lot of knowledge about biodiversity, so which tree, which leaves to eat from which tree, which fruit to eat, which flowers to eat. Yeah, so this is a tribal village over there, the Warli tribes, and they have such rich repository of their own local knowledge. They started collecting that local knowledge in that offline network, hyperlocal network over there. And this one was just by audio messages, audio things, videos, just nothing else, because they are not having high levels of literacy. And this became a network, and I'm very proud to say that this network is a self-sustaining network. I don't even go there now. It is just running on its own. It is just running on its own. Women have developed this cultural repository, and we connected this repository to an e-commerce platform by BIF Development Research Foundation. So all their products whatsoever, like during the rainy season, they have the tribal food festival. So all the women come together, they collect all the vegetables during the rainy season, and then they have this tribal food festival being organized in Mumbai. If you all are there in Mumbai during the rainy season, please look up. There is a tribal food festival, and that is from one of our networks in Pathardi. Yeah, I'm very happy to say that EDOS initiative has taken off in a very nice way, empowering many women in rural villages of not only Maharashtra but all across India. Yeah, so that is the initiative that I have worked on. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarbani. So I think like from all these three talks, we can see that there are different types of connectivity. It can be voice only using radio. It can be intranet, so basically offline networks where we don't even like connect to the outside world. And even these repositories for local knowledge can also take different forms. Sometimes it's also just voice-based, for example. Are there any questions at this stage?
Yes.
Thanks. Sorry. I come from Africa, and we do tend to talk too much, and I probably personally tend to talk too much as well. But I think, I'm speaking here in my capacity as APC, but also as somebody who used to run an internet service provider in the 1990s that then had to face the impact of commercially available internet. And we were an ISP very much like what community networks are in terms of providing capacity building, content, movement building. But we couldn't sustain once commercial internet was available. Now, what happens with these hyperlocal initiatives when there are other forms of connectivity available in those places? How do you ensure that the social value and benefit and the community building impact that you have is sustained even when the basis for connectivity changes? I'm sure that's something you think about. And of course, there will also always be places that are not sustainably or affordably connected. So just maybe how do you connect that? I see that very much in the South African Community Network Association, which is now having to deal also with medium and small ISPs that are providing fiber in poor communities, but they're just providing the fiber. They provide nothing else. When those communities are marginalized, they're deprived, they don't understand how to use digital public services. Who provides that connection? How do you adapt? But also, how do you then partner? We heard the Air Jaldi presentation earlier, a very different model, very sustainable and solid in terms of infrastructure provision, and I'm sure affordability as well. So, yes, how do you connect the hyperlocal with ultimately the need for more stable and sustainable and affordable non-local or interconnected connectivity?
Yeah. So I should tell you that the need for when the e-dost begins her journey in the village, she is one of the women from the village itself. So she begins her journey with trust from the villagers. So she is the person who is trusted by the villagers. And that is where the journey begins. Yeah. And that is where the people connect with her. And in spite of so you are saying that once this alternative methods of connectivity comes in, but still there are no banks over there in the village. They still have to travel 15 kilometers away. There is no there is no a hospital over there. Yeah. So they still have to go to the nearest town or the city. So the ethos becomes a sort of a pillar of trust for them, and who enables the money, because money is something that they are they hold it very dear to them, because that's a very less amount of money for them, but it is a lot for them. Yeah. So that is something. The cultural and this network, the hyperlocal network, is not just a network, it is a network of people. So that network, they maintain it in spite of any other connectivity initiatives that come in the sense like the telecom operators who come in. So I have seen that in spite of this coverage, they get now coverage from Reliance Jio, because Reliance Jio has penetrated into by not providing fiber, laying the fiber on the under the underground, but on pillars and poles. So now it has come in. But in spite of this cultural network, the network of people is still growing, and they don't give away from that. So I think this is the beauty of community connectivity initiatives. Yeah, that we become two parallel streams, but yet we live together. Yeah.
I'll say in this way, like when we are doing a community radio with why because we understood that community radio is the one who has a cultural knowledge, community knowledge, and people do trust them. We understood that okay, we are coming from outside, and even if we build something, it will not be sustainable for so long. We also understood that community radio station has a skilled human resource which are locally enabled, which are understand that how do they operate radio, how do they operate local server, how do they can extend it. So there was a little requirement for us to give them a training, but the trust was the one factor that it was already there. We do not need to put anything and other factor. One of the interesting fact that I gathered from those network, Bhadrak is the location where communal violence and the communal violence is a large from the last couple of years. Like from the last 3 years, there are 4 internet shutdown happened. I live in Lucknow, and when I got to know that internet shutdown happened, that was the time that that network was utilized the most, and that was the time that it was utilized most because local network and the local communication was always enabled, and it was there actually, despite the fact internet was not available. And even I do not have a record on that because I live in Lucknow. I could only call once the internet was enabled and the telecom service was enabled. So when I got to know and I called my local radio bulbul person, Niaz, that why didn't you call me? Okay, there was no internet. There was internet shutdown. So I said, there's no telecom service operation. But yes, people were able to access the network. People were able to reach the radio station and enable that. That makes a different from other things as well. Thing as well. Keeping a content locally, keeping a decentralized infrastructure also enables the centralized infrastructure to bring the outside world in the inside, and also create a two-way system that we are intact with our local culture, we are intact with the local content, we do understand the local dialects. We would love people would not like to talk in English, people would love to talk in their local language because that gives them a one-to-one relationship. As long as if I go outside and I see anyone who speaks Hindi outside my India, I feel so happy about it. And that's the thing which we feel when we are back in our towns as well, or back in our rural villages, that everyone would like to speak in their local language. And those networks make it rich, culturally rich as well, along with the traditional ISP providers, which may not able to do or provide such thing as well.
So to add to what both of them said, where we work, the women are low literate and they have no internet, they have no phones, they have no. So this is the scenario that is mostly all around India, is what I say from my experience. And if you just turn around, there's so many of them. But if you just connect to the internet, then you won't find many of them, right? So what we are trying to do is to get to see how they can participate, and that's been a challenge. We have a craft center mostly for this, and the women come to make crafts, and that is other aspect of like how most of these areas don't have much to do for the women other than agriculture. And so we started the craft center, women come there, and then we make them tell a story, we make them engage 1 hour at least every day. And this has been an interesting thing, but I won't take more time because we're running out of time here.
Yeah, we have around 15 minutes left. Ritu, you wanted to show a short film about your project. Do you want to? We can show the first couple of minutes. Do you want to give like an intro on it?
Over 2.7 billion people in the world, mostly in the developing countries, still don't have internet access. This means that over half of the world's population is missing out on the life-changing benefits of connectivity, from financial services to health and education. India is a diverse country, having different cultures, geographies, languages. In the rural expanses, where over 70% population resides, a lack of reliable internet connection stands as a barrier to progress. In the vast tapestry of India, where digital landscapes are woven unevenly, emerges a story of innovation, connectivity, and empowerment. Despite being home to the highest number of Facebook users globally, the digital divide in India is stark. In rural India, where 70% of the population resides, the reach of the internet is alarmingly low. The pandemic has widened this gap, deepening societal and economic inequalities.
Now, we started Jadeite Solutions in 2017 along with my co-founder Ritu Srivastav. One of the things that emerged during COVID-19, my colleague Ritu Srivastav did a research study with CR stations. And a very interesting thing emerged was the role they played in connecting with the people who were impacted with this pandemic. So the radio stations actually play a very critical role when it comes to connecting to the masses and, let's say, impacting people at the ground level. However, what we also realized was that the CR stations don't have a reliable or cost-effective internet, so that limits their ability to upload content. Also, the model that they follow is not very financially sustainable. CR model is a very unique concept in the sense it is a network owned, managed and operated by the community. We ran the pilot project at Radio Gurdul with the support from the Internet Society and IEEE.
Community radios in India have been providing the last mile access to information services in rural regions. Despite having a stronghold with community members, these stations face the following challenges. 1. Unreliable internet connectivity. 2. Lack of economic sustainability. In response to these challenges, Jadeite Solutions Private Limited, a social enterprise, is working in areas of community radio stations, initiated CR Bolo project, the first community network at Radio Bulbul, aiming to provide an alternative last-mile connectivity solution, leveraging existing infrastructure available at the radio station.
We are running community radio station in Bhadrak in Odisha, and actually the community radio across India is 400 plus. So what we thought that the radio is the medium where we can reach the larger part of our country to give the information about all, means holistic, either it may be education, it may be the schemes, agriculture. So during the COVID time, me and one of the organization which is running also radio in Konark, Young India, we have decided if it can be possible without internet, how we can get the content from the community during the COVID, because as during the COVID, we are just lacking the problem. We can't upload the content. We can't come to the studio physically.
Radio Bulbul 91.2.
CR Bolo, an initiative that transcends the boundaries of traditional communication, transforming rural landscapes into hubs of digital inclusivity. Utilizing the height of the CR tower, a wireless mesh network was established within a 5 to 7 kilometer radius of Radio Bulbul, located at Bhadrak town of Odisha.
Sorry, because we are running slightly out of time, we decided to just stop the video here. I actually wanted to hear from Dinesh about you've been using AI interface to support low literacy women to access the local content. Can you tell us more? How does AI help reduce the barrier? And how do you see it like as a potential going forward in the community network space?
Yeah, we just started using AI, meaning that we started engaging with the women to see how AI can help them. And the first thing that we tried was to see how they can react to something using AI. And what does that mean? We show them videos, we make them talk to each other and see how they react. And they have to respond by audio. That's the main thing, right? They can't read and write. So this is where AI is very interesting for us, in the sense that even if there is a written something, it has to be read out for them. And there's a lot of language barriers, like our local language is not completely supported. And so we are trying to see how that can be accentuated, enhanced by providing additional words and additional language inputs and all that. That's the first thing. The second most important thing is how the community can use AI with each other, so that there is an enhanced understanding of what AI can do. And this is something that we are just starting now, and we will see how it goes forward.
So did I understand correctly? Are you training the AI in local language?
Yeah, just a little bit of training so that the AI becomes more and more available for the local women. That's.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see like the long-term impact of that. And would you say that would also like contribute to the long-term sustainability of the initiative, or what do you see as a potential benefit?
Yeah, so it has to, because most women don't know how to read and write. And as long as they can communicate, they can record themselves, they can have that as a basis, like how how you have notes here. What is the equivalent for them? It's that kind of a thing that we are looking at, what makes them comfortable and how AI can help with. We still don't know where all we'll go with it, but that's the direction that we want to take. Yeah.
Thank you. And Yeah, so when it comes to sustainability, I think over the last 2 days we heard a lot of comments that women-led networks lead to more long-term sustainability. And Sarbani, like your work on women entrepreneurship, would you say that empowering women has also been leading to you said the network at the moment is like self-reliant. You don't even have to intervene. Do you think it has to do with the fact that it's women-led?
Yes, I should say that it is contributing through women leading the network, because the ethos, of course, that is an initiative that actually brings in empowerment for women, but the cultural repository is also another way by which women are empowered, because that is how the knowledge, the local knowledge that women have, that is being collected in that repository. The other thing that I would also like to mention is that the women themselves have now become into a cooperative. The ethos themselves have become into a cooperative, and they provide loans to each other, so that by which these women are the ones who also have diversified from just e-governance services, enabling e-governance services, to mobile recharge, to printing services, to lamination services, providing mini ATM machines by which people in the village can also draw out money, even though it is not with the bank account. So something of these type has actually empowered the all-round development of women. It is not just, and it is because it has been a women-led network. Yeah.
I think we have time for one question. Mhm.
On कीजिए.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Mohammed Rais. You talked about diversification of that hyperlocal community. People are using for financial needs, for government documents, making government documents, etc. I just would like to understand how the communities are coming together to access the medical facilities. So that's my question. Since you are working in the rural areas and people don't have access to the health services, so I just want to understand how the community is coming together to help other people when there is a medical emergency.
Okay. Yeah. So medical emergency, it is we can't do it because telemedicine is not yet connected. We because it requires a lot of bandwidth, and we are not telecom operators to provide the bandwidth. So in that process, it is only just consultation with a doctor. Like you have the Apollo consultation that you can consult only, that is enabled through the e-dost only, that she sometimes makes a phone call to the doctor, or the doctor wants to see a video can be shown, so that is there. But we have not connected to the rural hospital or anything of that sort, because that is a telemedicine thing, so that is not done. Yeah.
Can I add something? So there are various medical issues, and most of them are physical. That's what we try to kind of concentrate on. But there are mental issues. This is very important. Over the years, when women got comfortable, we have one or two women who come, and we realize they've been, sitting at home very troubled, and influenced by the neighbors and all that. Then they're getting out now. So we find it very comfortable that they're coming out and they're facing their own issues. And I think these are some of the local provisions that we shouldn't forget.
Thank you all. unfortunately, we are out of time. Yeah, thanks everyone for attending. Thanks, panelists.
So we all three, I can say at least one sentence that we all three have a sustainable models which drive from a community. It is, for example, in my community radio, is a community radio is owning that ownership. We are not. At least I am not controlling it from Lucknow or any location. They have a power, they have a people, as well as they have a small team they have made it to control the network because they have such thing. And whether at least I can say that in my network, social sustainability is already there. Economic sustainability has to come, and this is why we are engaging and testing and trying the new other initiatives like e-tailoring service, call on a tailor service that we are integrating it because some of those initiatives are very easy to accommodate with SHG members, or some of a new initiative or some of a like a bringing new technology like a large language model or small language model to integrate such thing as well. But having said that point, most of our services are locally driven. Most of our services are driven which is provided by the local and for the local actually. So radio station is owning this network. They are sustaining the network and they are generating the revenue which is again go back to that particular circle itself. So
So,
revenue is not coming to us at all, or even they are right now it's a ROI has met for us, but yes, the social sustainability already is there.
it's a good question because as we innovate, like we are introducing AI, how? How do we sustain it? How do we address it? It all requires funding. And some of this we also don't know. AI is so new, but we want to experiment with it. So we are also experimenting. We are also investing. It's not so simple as like, oh, it runs. But if it runs, it kind of dilutes itself. So we have to kind of create this circles around it so that there is
Can I
going forward.
uh, I will like to say one thing that in India we have this Gram Panchayat Development Plan, which is called the GPDP. Yeah, we often don't understand. If you look into the plan, the government of India has already enabled that we can include internet for development in the Gram Panchayat Development Plan, but this has not been done for over the years. It has not been done because the villagers themselves don't have the sensitization about it. Yeah, so they are just doing it over and over again, that the agricultural field has to be fenced, the street lights have to be changed, the school building has to be painted, and this is what happens over in the five years plan. So I have actually written a paper on it, on the GPDP, wherein we can incorporate internet for development in the Gram Panchayat development plan. And this can be something that can be initiated at the Gram Sabha level. That only the first year the capex is going to be a lot because you have to set up the device, set up the tower and all that. But then after that, the operational costs are going to be, it's going to be minimal. So for the 5 years, the money that comes from the state government as part of the Gram Panchayat development plan, it can be something that can initiate sustainable connectivity at the last mile. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I guess now we really have to close. Thank you.
We have an annual event end of December called Ant Hill Hacks. Please look it up, and you're all welcome to participate.
Okay, thank you, Senka, and the speakers for for an insightful discussion. I would like to give a small gift to Ritu and Dinesh sir. I think Senka and Sarbani already have their own. So yes. Thank you. Okay. So we will dive into our next session. That is a panel discussion on community networks in the era of AI and platformization. That will be moderated by Mr. Siddharth. He's a directing counsel general from Commons Collective. And I would like to welcome our speakers, Mr. Rajshekhar. He's the part of the Commons Collective team. Mr. Indriyatno Banyumurthy, he's an executive director, ICT Watch Indonesia. And our third speaker is Mr. Gustav. He's a co-founder and managing director of the Common Room Networks Foundation. I request all the speakers to please come on the stage. The stage is over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you, Pranita. Speakers, please get on the stage. I request the participants to kindly find your seat as soon as possible.
Participants, please take your seats.
Let them take the front seats also. You can also take the front seats as well, please. Yeah, sure.
Who haven't got the seats, please come in the front. You can sit on the sofa. You can take the sofas. Participants who haven't got the chairs, please come in front. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at the outset, we welcome all the participants and we welcome all the speakers today for the session on the community networks in the era of AI and platformization. We all somehow are introduced to the concept of community networks. In the age when we see today the government of India again approaching BSNL to have the 4G networks furthered in the areas where there is no network at all, in spite of having this high investments in the along with the companies like Reliance and others, without really asking them, the government has gone back to BSNL to build the last mile network. So that clearly shows for the last mile, your big solutions, your big companies are never the solution. It is the community networks which has been building the last mile always. And similarly, now we have friends from Indonesia. We have friends from Commons Collective. Indonesia, we have Gustav from the School of Community Networks, and we have Vanyamurthy from ICT Watch, Rajshekhar from Commons Collective. So this is a team of people who are hands-on involved in building the community networks in the last mile. When we spoke about last evening, when we briefly connected, so how is this last mile really there? There were a few examples that the team from Indonesia has shared. From Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, to establish those kinds of community networks, they'll have to travel at least 2 days on ship to reach to the easternmost part of Indonesia to put up those kinds of community networks. So we have also discussed on what kind of challenges do they face, not just in terms of distance, but also how do you put up funds for that? How do you make more people ready to build those networks? So those are the stories that we would be putting forward now in this discussion. So let's begin on that. So I'll start with Gustafa on the points specifically about how do you see capacity building for community networks as a necessary element, or how do you look at capacity building? Later, other speakers can also have a go at that question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I think capacity building is located at the heart of community-centered connectivity initiative because there are a lot of technicalities involved, but somehow in the realities there are also social and cultural aspects in it because as we understand community center connectivity initiative are somehow always contextual in nature. There is always a social and cultural background because at the end of the day, those who are using the local infrastructure is a normal human being like us who have a very specific preference which strongly depends on their cultural and social backgrounds, including how they use and the need and daily challenges. So in Indonesia, we are able to develop around 11 project sites in 10 different provinces in different islands, which is, as you probably noticed, Indonesia is an archipelago. We have around 17,000 islands, where based on the reports, there is this around 20,000 villages that are still disconnected. And when we started this project in around 5 years ago, we started to learn and realize that how people see, adapt, and use technology can be very different from one place to another. So we have to customize our approach. And because our way in deploying the local infrastructure is utilizing this human-centered approach, so we have to do some assessments, studies. We have to understand their culture, their traditions, and how they use the technology and what kind of challenge they need and they address. So there it is always at the heart of the whole process. And I think when it comes to capacity building, it is not only for the local communities, but also for us. We have also learned and to increase our capacity to learn and understand because in each project sites that we have developed, we also have to have kind of a framework on ethical and a culturally safe approach because as we knew certain in certain aspect tech adoption process also have this disruptive impact and also some unintended consequences which is we have to navigate and anticipate. And when it comes to people in rural and remote places, they are also kind of vulnerable because when technological disruptions give a direct impact to local culture and traditions, I think what is what the problem is the homogenizations of culture, which is it is can be threatening for the whole community. So that is somehow what we have been learned. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are some nice points. And Banyu, please.
Okay, I want to add a little from what has already Gustav explained. Meaningful connectivity means not only networks, not only how we connect to the internet, but how we can create the connectivity is meaningful. That's why the capacity building is very important in these issues. Sometimes we forget that for if we go to the rural areas, to the remote areas, we just think that they need the connectivity, they need the internet. But beyond that, actually, what can they do with this technology? What the benefit? What the added value that can they get if they have this connectivity? I think that's become our goals to create the meaningful connectivity. So how the capacity building is should be work together with the building the network as well. What ICT West has already done, I support the common room for the School of Community Networks to build the capacity to educate the people in the network how they use the how they can use the internet productively. We talk about the digital literacy, we talk about the ethics, we talk also about the digital marketing, we talk also about the digital parenting, and so on and so on. So they can they can feel that this internet not only for quote unquote uh, playing with the social media or like get the euphoria for any of kind that rise in this in the social media, but on further of that, but they how they can get the benefit of it, because in Indonesia this euphoria, the technology euphoria, is create like a negative impact. For instance, now we are have to tackle the misinformation. I think this is the same problem with India and others ASEAN countries, and also we also face the impact of the online gambling. The authority said that we have the billions of billions transaction the online gambling that not used by the people in the urban area, but almost in the outermost from the rural from the remote areas. So that's why we try to create the on-site training. We also to create the online training module. We also try to collaborate with other multi-stakeholder to how this connectivity not only built by the government but also built by the local community can give the good impact, can give the better added value for the peoples.
Very interesting points on the making real meaningful usage of community networks, which we also totally concur on those points. Very, very important one. So Rajshekar, so your points on capacity buildings here.
So as we have seen, I think it's not very different when we picture community networks building, though we are geographically apart or we have a different set of cultures and traditions, but it boils down to the same points that you are mentioning. So these are the networks that are owned and run by the people that actually use this for their daily means. So for us, the capacity building starts not just identifying a place that is off the network or that is in a remote place, or not just that. So our capacity building starts from the colleges and engineering colleges and degree colleges which are adjacent to these remote locations. So our capacity building focuses involving local students being part of this community network building, where we don't do survey on the community, we do survey with the community. So there is a huge difference of implementing this model of survey with the community involves the students who are from these specific locations that will be part of this community network building, and this makes it more sustainable than us identifying a village that we think is something it is need of a technology or need of a network. So this model is how we have identified places with the help of engineering students or degree students that are adjacent to these locations. And when we do these workshops on technology and camps of technology, then the students, once gone through this technology aspects that we are saying that we are working on these models, they find it you know interesting that this could be used in one of our panchayat, this could be used in one of our village, this could be used in a neighborhood village. There are people that are willing to learn that it will be helpful for us in farming, for our government school. So these are the ideas that come up, and we work on with the community members on these ideas and see what are really the factors that are needed for them for their daily use in their network, be it farming related knowledge or be it school related necessities of education, or be having a community radio or having a mechanism for them to call internally or chat internally, that data stores completely inside that community network itself, which is not accessible outside that, which makes it a model where they can control how their data is being taken and used for their benefit. And once this basic implementation is done, it moves on to a stage where the finding of the next level of necessities that are required in this village, and students actively being along with the whole of the community in making this entire network work, is how we have also seen working from Commons Collective side in this villages, predominantly working in Telugu states. So I think it's not very different when we see the work that you are doing in Indonesia and we are doing in Telangana and Andhra are not very different at all. They are rooted inside the community. Yeah.
So one interesting point is that the population density of both Indonesia and India are more or less the same. So that's where our problems are also looking to be more or less the same. So one interesting point with community networks is that as opposed to the big scale networks established by the large towers, one of these large towers in India would cost around, say, 10 million INR, 10 million Indian rupees. But that is not the kind of infrastructure that we would put when we're doing community networks. So an alternative approach is essential there. So what happens when you are looking at an alternative approach for putting up infrastructure and the ownership of this infrastructure? So how do you work on that? How do you manage that?
In our approach, we try to create a very seamless framework, which consists at least of four main pillars. The first is on policy and regulations. We have to make sure that our approach is comply with existing policy and regulations, because as we knew, either in India or Indonesia, telecommunication and internet service is heavily regulated with because of many reasons. Secondly is how we make sure the safety of internet utilizations, either for the users and for the providers. And third is the affordability, because purchasing powers of people and economic backgrounds can be very different. And in Indonesia alone, those who are accessing the internet outside of Java have to pay more money comparing to Java island. And the fourth is the meaningful aspect of internet utilizations, because at the core of the business process, I think what we are doing in community center connectivity initiative is mostly try to do meaning making and value creation process. It has to be valuable for the local community and it has to be meaningful. At least it has to be addressed on basic services like education, health, environmental services. And recently, I think we also have to see how community-centered connectivity initiative can also address climate change challenges, because in Indonesia, most of our project location is directly impacted by the climate change. So this climate resilience initiative is somehow becoming more and more important in that sense.
Okay, I think I want to underline the multi-stakeholder, the collaboration, because it's very important to see, yeah, Indonesia, like Siddharth say, we have like a similar condition. The term is no one size fits all. Gustav has already said that we not only educate the people in the local areas, but also we learn from them, because we cannot create some similar methods to each of area. So that's why I think when I talk about the multi-stakeholder collaboration, it's not only the in the national level. We always said that, yeah, we have to collaborate with the government, with the private sector, with the academy, with the civil society. But I see that it's only in the national level. How about the local level? We talk about like policy and regulation, not only in the national policy, national regulation, but how about in the local regulation? How the local government can adopt? How the local government can understand the principles of the internet, for instance, how they can understand the law, actually the internet regulation. Sometimes we have to, yeah, we have to discuss with them first, because they have no idea actually what the regulation for the internet issues. Also with the academy and also local civil society organization. I live in Jakarta, in the capital city. Gustav is also live in Bandung, near the capital city. We After actually we implement the project in the remote area, we have to go back into our home to the city, to the big city. How about the people in this project? So we need collaboration with the civil society, with the academy, to assist them, to help them for the sustainable this connectivity and so on. So I just want to give the example how we have to create the opening up the mindset that this solution, this methods, framework, and so on and so on, cannot be only drop from the big city, can not only drop from the capital city. We have to work together with the locals, because they that really understand what they need, what they challenge, what they barriers, so they can solve it, not from the people who come from the big city.
Yeah. In terms of, you know, the difficulties that we see of spreading digital literacy or all these aspects that are very much similar to what you are saying when we are also on the ground. But when it comes to infrastructure, specifically about making availability of infrastructure for these networks to sustain or for these networks to stand on, so the model of government subsidizing this is not something that is free flow or that is easy to acquire in this. So we went on with the two models. One is a crowd funding model of a community funding model, where the community actively sees there is a necessity of this network and there is a necessity of this specific setup to be done, and that is useful for their daily livelihoods, and them being part of this entire infrastructure, gathering is one part. And this is not something that will work everywhere also. So we have come up with a model of, cooperative funding model, where we as Commons Collective run cooperatives and fund this infrastructure from our end as well, and make crowdfunding also part of it. So this infrastructure limitations and waiting for the government from our from their side to come and support us is not as easy as we thought it would be. And especially in India, the project something as PM Vani, Prime Minister Vani. So this is a scheme that has been introduced a couple of years back, and we thought it would work and stabilize this community networks that their villages are trying to, or in the remote locations, or in the Adivasi places that are trying to actually use this technology. It did not happen in that way because the government looked at community networks more of a distributor and vendors. So they did not see that as a community to empower, or to make them, give them accessibility of that sort. So that is when we also had to rework on how to make this infrastructure availability. And one more challenge, as you mentioned, connecting them. So making a mesh network and having a local server and having data in that is a one aspect. When there is a chance of giving internet to that, local network and internet are two different aspects that we need to work on depending on the location where we are working on. When it is a location where there is a chance to connect it to the internet, the privatization of this network is becoming more challenging. What happens is not just it is becoming privatized, though we can say that there is BSNL, there is rail network in our country. Once the contrasting part here is, once these networks are becoming privatized and these public networks are becoming more and more inefficient day by day. This is not done, this is not happening coincidentally or anything. This is done very organizedly, where private networks are strengthened and public networks are losing that efficiency, which can give subsidized, which can provide last mile connectivity in this country. And when these become inefficient, the models that we are trying to bring and implement internet to these community networks is becoming a more tough challenge. You either have an option to subscribe to the private network and connect it to the community, or else you're completely not there. So this is one of the challenge that we are seeing, and it is increasing day by day in this country, where we are seeing the complete privatization of these networks happening. So that is one of the main aspects that we see in this infrastructure and policy level.
Yeah. So you want to add a point on that or nothing? Yeah.
I think one of the interesting aspect of community center connectivity initiative is it require a deeper level of engagements.
Absolutely.
To being present. So it's not only local infrastructure, but also local services. Specific content, specific services, specific way of utilizations local internet infrastructure, which should be defined by the user, not the operators. And from there, I think, again, back to our previous discussions on capacity building, is not only to educate and to increase the capacity, the technical skill and digital literacy of the user, but also the service provider, including technicians, engineers. They have to learn how to be sensitive to look at the local social aspect and cultural background, because that will define how internet will be used in daily life.
So when we talk about also on the infrastructure part, the discussion about where do you put those antennas hold on to? It's not your typically constructed big towers, but a few bamboo sticks put together. That's where you have those examples.
I think we learn a lot about a frugal approach to tech innovations to India. When we started to do these projects, we started to learn that outside of Java Islands, can be challenging to build a triangle tower for internet backhaul as a main access. So we learn from the challenge and the problems at the different islands, and the ideas is also came from them. Like it's not the case is back in around 2020. When we do a project in Sumba, in the eastern part of Indonesia, like the local community says that triangle tower can be very expensive and hard to find in their area. But in our village, we have a lot of bamboo. Is it possible to build a bamboo tower? And then at the beginning, we are quite skeptical because bamboo is a flexible materials, where internet backhaul towers need a very rigid structure. We bring the case to our friends at the Institute of Technology of Bandung, and then they help us to conducting research, and then we learn that to build a bamboo tower for internet backhaul, we need to address a specific types of bamboo, a specific age, a specific cutting process, a drying process, including the how to make it last longer, and to design a specific structure, and somehow it works. Of course, it cannot be implemented in all areas, because it can be vulnerable for typhoon or hurricane, for example. But in some case, this generic and frugal approach to local infrastructure somehow can work very well.
So that's a very interesting point when you use material like bamboo to have those towers considered. So what is the tallest that you have gone?
We can build at least 25 to 30 meters structure.
Okay.
And somehow it can work very well.
Okay.
And it looks better. It looks like a sculpture, you know. Ordinary triangle tower is so dull and boring.
Right, sure. So what's the longest that you have connected between two places, point to point?
At least 10 kilometers,
10 kilometers.
In diameters. Is somehow, it depends on the areas, of course, on the topologies and geographical context. But in some case, we can reach at least 10 kilometers, and somehow it works very well.
Beyond that, Earth radius catches up. So, all right. So, moving forward, like what we have when we are operating community networks is also a limited bandwidth available. Apart from your general white space, that's your Wi-Fi. Was there any experiments done that or something that you can talk on, other than the white space, other than the Wi-Fi models?
Well, we haven't worked on the white space, but in one particular areas, we try to integrate the analog radio frequencies with internet infrastructure, especially in some off-grid area, and we use that mostly for disaster response initiative, where local infrastructure is not widely available. So for a small and limited bandwidth capacity, we tend to try to make it like, for example, in Sulawesi and in Pulau Aceh, we start making experimentation using remote sensing devices to collect microclimate data. So we use LoRaWAN devices to send the data to the nearest gateway, so we can send the data to our servers. So yeah, I think there are many different examples on how to maximize the low bandwidth capacity for local infrastructure.
So Banu, this question for you on how do we measure the social impact that happens? So there is something called as a social return on investment, SROI. So when there is a community network established in a particular location, what kind of a transition do you see? Nothing happens suddenly, everything is gradual. So you want to comment on that? Like, do you see any metrics that needs to be looked at after, before and after the deployment of community networks? Something that you get to report on?
Okay. One thing that we have already done is like kind of monitoring and also like re-evaluation after the implementation. So after several months after the project implementation, usually we back or we try to contact the communities in the area of the implementation, and then we ask them how they utilize this connectivity, this connection. Most of it, yeah, we cannot say that yes, this is 100% successful. Or people can use it for or A, B, C, D, not that. But in some areas, is interesting that they said that like we have like a training for the ex migrant workers in the remote area. They said that after we got the training, now we know how to uh, sell our product outside our area. So we know how to promote it, we know how to create a good photograph, and also within this AI, they can make the good like a flyer, promotion materials, and they can uh, promote it in the some social media. And now they uh, start to get the order from the outside of the area. That's one example. And the other one is also for the education. Some of the teachers, for instance, they know how, quote unquote, use the AI to increase their education materials, because they now have afraid to use the AI for because the negative things that they heard. But now after the training, they now, the AI can do this, can do that. So they have the try to use the AI, and so on and so on. Actually, we don't have actually the uh, standard metric for the evaluation, but we try to get the feedback from the people in the implementation project, how they use this connectivity.
So one interesting point, once we have the community networks put up, on the other hand, we have platformization, platforms which work on centralization, while community networks are about decentralization. So do you see, how do you comment on that? Say all these big platforms that come up, AI solutions getting integrated to that. It's not that community networks has an obligation to attend to everything that's happening out there. Um, can we look at having those kinds of platforms either deployed in a federated manner or deployed for that particular local network? So how is that happening? Was there any that kind of a work done anywhere at your places? Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I think just yesterday we were talking about this entire platformization of when, as you asked about specifically AI, and how do we need to see it from the community networks point of view? Do we need it or do we don't need it, or how do we use it? And when it is all centralized, and do we have alternatives that we can think about it? So we started actually thinking about this a year and more than that. And so there is definitely, so we don't need to hold back the technological changes that are happening in the world for the communities at all. So there are this open LLMs that are available in the in the open source community and everything that can be actually used, AI models into the community as well. So we have been testing these models that specifically for educational needs at the moment, to learn English, or to learn mathematics, or to learn science. So these can be we were talking very from the last couple of days about application specific models. We were talking predominantly on that, and we have thought about using this local LLMs as specific application models that can be used in community networks, and you don't need to depend on this complete monopolized AI environment that is around the world. And we don't need to obstruct the community networks from not having access to a technology that will make it easy, make learning faster, and make many more changes in that. And as you said, federated networks is is should not be seen it as an isolation, as a network that is not connected with the rest of the world or anything. So what we see is an a unified work, and a unified discussion, and an unified direction towards it. It's not like it is localized, but it is not isolated. It is federated, but it is not disconnected from the entire network. So as the communities are connected, though they look like an in a decentralized model, they doesn't need to be isolated or disconnected from each other. They all can be part of a vast network and take collective decisions. So I think when you say platformization is happening at level, and community networks can also function in that very robust way, using the AI models in the community networks as well. Yeah.
I would like to add that discussions on how the era of platformizations also happening in our context. After working for several years setting up a local infrastructure, we started to learn that some of our fellow using certain online services and platform, and we never know where the data goes, who's the one going to use the data, what kind of benefits they can have, as etc., etc. So from there, we started to discuss that is it possible to set up our own platform where we can collect our own data and using it for our own benefits. So starting from that, in the last 2 years, we also started to try to integrate the community center connectivity initiative with this platform. We currently try to set up this open source microclimate data platform. So we use remote sensing devices, integrates with IoTs and artificial intelligence. We're collecting all the microclimate data from some of our project sites, sending it to our servers, doing some data analytics and visualization, and sending back the informations to our local community so they can have more better decision making process, either for agriculture, for fishery, or for climate resilient initiative. So this approach is somehow very important, that with certain skill and knowledge we can somehow allow our partners to create their own platform, collecting their own data and utilize this data for their own challenge and benefits. Yeah.
Great. So before we go on to the video, I just need in one sentence or something. What one particular use case, your best use case that you see for a decentralized AI implementation when you have a community network in a particular place? Your best use case.
There is this an experimental attempt to do some. We call that a tiny AI projects.
Tiny AI.
Tiny AI.
Oh, AI. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So how we can develop an AI approach that not require a big infrastructure, cloud servers, frameworks, and is it possible to develop AI approach for very specific purposes? Like for example, in Ciptaglar, currently we are started to making experiment to integrate the traditional agricultural calendars with AI predictive weather forecasting. So the decision making can integrate the ancestral knowledge with scientific knowledge to have more, because the climate dynamics are becoming more and more complex. So the traditional model somehow cannot longer adjust with this recent climate conditions. So this is something that we are trying to develop. And then we also developed what we call a community-based innovation for climate resilient initiative, where we try to introduce how to develop the DIY weather station to collect microclimate data, sending it to our server, using AI model to do some predictive and forecasting on weather dynamics, and then sending back the information so the local communities can have more decision making for their own activities in the field. Yeah.
So your use case would be decentralized AI for climate.
Yeah, something like that.
Yours, Banu.
I think that's enough because I have Gustav for that, and maybe I give my thanks to see actually the video.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, this is the projects that we just do in Indonesia. Yeah.
Should we move? It's not audible. Oh yeah.
Lab inovasi untuk ketahanan iklim atau Collabs yang kami kerjasamakan antara Fair Forward dengan mitra kami Community Network Foundation itu fokus pada peran AI dalam ketahanan iklim, bagaimana masyarakat dapat beradaptasi dengan perubahan iklim saat ini dan berkontribusi untuk ekonomi biru.
Di BMKG kita juga menyediakan impact based forecast. Jadi selain memberikan perakiraan cuaca, bagaimana impact-nya pun, dampaknya seperti apapun, itu berusaha kita tampilkan.
Kami ingin mengenalkan artificial intelligence untuk masuk desa dapat dipahami dengan masyarakat desa tanpa berumit-umit bicara tentang teknologi yang canggih-canggih. Kami ingin AI ini dipahami oleh masyarakat desa, bisa dikuasai, dan kami akan melakukan pelatihan sensor iklim mikro untuk masyarakat yang tertarik untuk mengamati bagaimana kondisi cuaca dan juga kelembapan dan juga suhu di daerah mereka masing-masing.
Jadi untuk iklim sendiri kami itu lebih ke arah informasi yang jangkanya agak sedikit panjang. Jadi dari 10 harian, bulanan, musiman, dan akhirnya ke perubahan iklim.
Partisipan diajak untuk membuat DIY weather station, yang mana weather station ini cukup sederhana dan ini merupakan praktikal langsung dari teknologi IoT, yang mana mereka nanti si alatnya bisa nangkap data-data terkait iklim yang sederhana, cukup dengan sensor untuk temperatur dan kelembaban. Bukan cuma teori, bukan cuma ngeliatin, tapi langsung praktek, dan harapannya take away mereka bisa memahami konsep IoT ini secara sederhana dan jadi pelajaran baru buat mereka.
So just one use case you would want to say.
So yeah, of course, climate modeling is a way that we definitely want to see in the remote locations and the rural part where the agrarian communities are predominantly there in our states. I also see the use case of this in urban spaces as well, where there is a dominant people migrating from rural areas due to complete debts or financial constraints or encroaching of forest areas or anything. These people move to the cities and settle down here in areas which becomes the workers areas in the cities, and these spaces need these decentralized or this AI models in offline way for them to access knowledge that is behind a paywall, that is behind a complex network, that behind a chargeable network. You have to pay hefty amounts to get the access to this 5G, or you need 50 Mbps of internet, and these are all something that you're not able to access. So that doesn't should not stop the the children or the workers from having access to the knowledge for their children, for their education, should not become a constraint. I see these local models also helpful in urban spaces where predominantly these areas are located in their community space or in their school, where this can be put on. And the same way as we are learning English, learning mathematics, learning every kind of knowledge that is needed, it can be done in the urban spaces, though the urban spaces are seen as a place where you have complete access to everything, but it is not the reality when it comes to the people who hardly earn 150 200 rupees a day. This actually becomes an alternative for their children and for them to have access to knowledge. this is where I see the use case in urban spaces as well.
So, all right then. Thank you very much, everyone, for covering multiple aspects of community networks. From there, how AI gets integrated into the community networks. We spoke starting from the capacity building to the alternate infrastructure model, the research, the funding aspects of it, and the policy aspects of it, and the AI and platformization aspects of all this.
Maybe small additions on that.
Yeah.
The next big thing will be consist of a lot of small, beautiful things.
Absolutely, absolutely. So towards that world, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Rajshekhar, Indriyatno, and Gustav. Uh, just wait a minute. For everyone, lunch is now served in the ground floor. Please go and grab your lunch. It's in the ground floor. And we will see you back here at 2:30 p.m. in the next session. So please go and have your lunch, enjoy, do networking, and get back here by 2:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Hello, hello, mic testing. Hello, hello. हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक आफ्टर लंच। सबने अच्छे से खाना खाया होगा। So now we will move next to our session, that is empowering rural change makers, lessons from Suchnapreneurs. And this is our most inspiring sessions, story from grassroots digital entrepreneurs from the Digital Empowerment Foundation who are transforming access and livelihoods across India, moderated by Abneer Manzar, Digital Empowerment Foundation, and with our Suchnapreneurs, Mansi, Priyanka Paswan, Jannat, Dulumani, Dilumuni, Hema Prabha, and Bharat Toto. Let's welcome our Suchnapreneurs. Please come on the stage. मानसी, प्रियंका, जन्नत, डुलुमुनी, हेमा, भरत, प्लीज स्टेज पर आ जाइए आप लोग। अपनेर आप भी आ जाओ।
We'll start with a video to give you guys some context about what we'll be talking about.
पहाड़ों में लाइफ इजी नहीं है। छोटी मोटी चीजों के लिए ना तरसना पड़ता है। बारिश के टाइम यहाँ पहाड़ गिरने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस होते हैं, कईयों की मौत भी हो जाती है इस टाइम।
When we first came here, we identified few things. These are almost like information dark zones. Nobody knows what information they should have to make their life better. And this region is very disaster prone. I'm Nada Fatima. I work with Digital Empowerment Foundation as the program manager.
बचपन से स्ट्रगल देखा है चीजों के लिए ना, बहुत खाने पीने से रिलेटेड, एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड, मतलब कंफर्म ही नहीं है कि आगे भी सही होगा। मेरा नाम मानसी सिरखाल है, मैं सिरखा गांव से हूँ। हम चाहते हैं जहां हम रहे वहां चीजें आए, जो हमने फेस किया ना वो आने वाले लोग ना फेस करें।
Sadly, nobody has come to these regions to solve the issues that is prominent here with the people and the communities. DF as an organization thought as the initial step identified 10 different villages which are more prone to disaster, landslides and all of those things, and identify the local people within the villages only who can take up that entrepreneurship responsibility but also act as a medium during disaster.
मेरा नाम आमिर रहमान है। मैं डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट में एज अ प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर वर्क करता हूँ। डिजास्टर का यहाँ पे कुछ फिक्स नहीं है कि कब आ जाए, इतनी बुरी हालत है कनेक्टिविटीज की। तो फिर हमने जितने भी पॉसिबिलिटीज हम लोग कर सकते थे, हमने वो सारे ट्राई किए हैं। यहाँ नया रिसर्च करके बनाया कि कैसे इन सारों को आपस में कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं जो कम्युनिकेशन मोड अनब्रेकेबल है। सबसे पहले तो हमने 10 अलग अलग लोकेशंस पे सेंटर अपने स्टार्ट किए हैं। 10 हमने इंटरनेट कहीं से किसी भी अरेंजमेंट्स किया, उसके सेंटर्स पे हमने वो सारी सेटअप्स किए हैं। हमारे पास एक डिवाइस हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया जिसको बोलते हैं हम लोग मोबाइल बूस्टर डिवाइस। तो जहां पे अगर मुझे थोड़ा सा भी इंटरनेट मिल जाता है ना, वो उसको बूस्ट कर देता है अपने चिप की वजह से। जहां पे हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था, नेटवर्क नहीं, कोई ऑप्शंस नहीं, वहां पे हम सैटेलाइट इंटरनेट पे गए। जहां पे थोड़ा बहुत ऑप्शन था, वहां हमने पॉइंट टू पॉइंट लिंक बना के उसको ओवर वायरलेस हमने उसे कनेक्ट कर दिया है। अभी हमारे 10 के 10 सेंटर टोटली वायरलेस से कनेक्टेड है। अगर डिजास्टर होता है तो कम्युनिकेशन नहीं टूटनी चाहिए।
हेलो 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 हेलो, आवाज आ रही मेरी? मैं सिन्हा खुला से बोल रही हूँ। सुबह काफी तेज बारिश होने की वजह से रास्ता थोड़ा बंद हो चुका है। सारा मलबा रोड में आ चुका है और पत्थरे भी हो रखी है। आप लोग जो भी गाड़ी या कोई भी लोग जो इस रास्ते से आ रहे, उन्हें बोले कि 1-2 घंटे तक ना आए।
अब कम्युनिटी को पता चल गया है कि अगर उनको बाहर कहीं कनेक्ट करना है तो वो कहां से कर सकते हैं। तो वो तुरंत इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे सेंटर्स तक पहुंचाते हैं, हमारे सेंटर से वो फ्लो करता है। इस सेंटर से बहुत लोगों को ना अब फायदा मिल रहा है।
DF की वजह से लोगों को अब एक आशा मिले कि हाँ अब चीजें अच्छी होंगी। मैं सूचना प्रेमी हूँ, मुझे इस बात की बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि मैं अपने गांव के लिए कुछ कर पा रही हूँ। जो आजकल नई नई चीजें हो रही हैं उस चीज के बारे में हम बताते हैं लोगों को। पैन कार्ड, आधार कार्ड, बहुत लोगों को ये चीज बनाना है ये भी पता नहीं था।
Those 10 Suchanapreneurs or information agents, they have been trained and groomed in a way from wherein they provide services to the community and they take minimum charges from the community members so that they are able to maintain a revenue for themselves.
सामुदायिक केंद्र में इतनी सुविधा है, मैं यही सुविधा चाहिए। आधार कार्ड बनवाने हैं, जो नए पेंशन बनवाने हैं, पैन कार्ड बनवाने हैं, स्वास्थ्य कार्ड बनवाने हैं, यहाँ तक कि बच्चों का जन्म प्रमाण पत्र।
सबसे पहले तो ये होता था कि कोई भी सूचना हम तक पहुंचने में टाइम लगता था। सेंटर खुला तो हमारी भी बहुत हेल्प होती है। व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बने हैं, विभाग के ग्रुप बने हैं, तो सूचना जैसे डालते हैं सबके पास पहुंच जाती है। हम काम भी ऐप में कर रहे हैं, जैसे ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं हम, अब हम ऐप में डालते हैं तो वो खुद ही बता देता है।
तो हमें जो बेस्ट मिला हमने उसको यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट किया और कम्युनिटी भी उसको एक्सेप्ट कर चुके हैं। बच्चे अब ऑनलाइन जा रहे हैं, उनके पास खुद का फेसबुक इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट है, वो पूरी दुनिया से कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं चीजों को। हमारे आने से एक बहुत चेंजेस कम्युनिटीज में भी देखे। बेसिकली इंटरनेट इज लाइफ चेंजर फॉर देम।
मुझे खुशी होती है कि अब ये सुनने को नहीं मिलेगा ना कि मेरे गांव में ये सब नहीं है, मेरे गांव में भी सब चीजें।
इससे आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा कॉन्टेक्स्ट मिलता है कि ये जो लोग हैं जिनको हम सूचना प्रेन्योर्स कहते हैं, ये कहाँ कैसे जगहों पर काम करते हैं, व्हाट आर द काइंड ऑफ एरियाज दैट दे वर्क इन। मैं एक बार सूचना प्रेन्योर को डिफाइन करना चाहता हूँ बिफोर वी मूव ऑन एंड स्टार्ट स्पीकिंग टू देम। सूचना कम्स फ्रॉम इंफॉर्मेशन. Suchna is information and preneur comes from entrepreneur. So they are all Suchnapreneurs. That means they're all information entrepreneurs, the carriers of the right information in their communities. So in these sessions at CNX, we've been talking about the importance of connectivity. However, in many regions, even with connectivity, people struggle to use digital devices. And these people have become the medium of, they communicate the right information to their communities through digital means. So I don't want to give a long introduction. I just want to introduce them and ask them one by one to tell you their stories. So let's start with Manju Vara. She is a Sushnapreneur from the Nalbari district of Assam, which is a state in the northeast region of India. Manju Vara, आप अपनी कहानी सुनाएंगी? कहाँ से आती हैं आप, क्या करती हैं, बताइए।
सभी को नमस्ते। मेरा नाम है मंजूरा बेगम। मैं नलबारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ, असम के। तो मैंने गुवाहाटी यूनिवर्सिटी से मास्टर्स किया, बाद में डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट फाउंडेशन के साथ जुड़ी हूँ अभी। तो मुझे काम कर रही हूँ डिजिटली, लैपटॉप को कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है। बाद में हम लोग RW के साथ काम कर रही हूँ। मेरे हम 700 RW है, उनके साथ में जुड़ गई हूँ क्योंकि उन लोगों को आभा कार्ड, ई-श्रम और मेरा बिल के बारे में उनको सिखाया। रोज का कितना इनकम है और एक्सपेंसिव कितना है, वो भी उन लोग घर बैठे बैठे ही कर सकता है आजकल। तो डिजिटली उनको व्हाट्सएप बिजनेस कैसे करते हैं वो भी सिखाती हूँ, और फेसबुक में फेसबुक पेज कैसे बनाते हैं वो भी सिखाया। अपना अपना बिजनेस कैसे ग्रो करते हैं वो भी सिखाया। तो मैंने 2 वर्कशॉप किया, तो उधर में से बिजनेस के बारे में बहुत कुछ सीखा है और मैं उनको शेयर करती हूँ। तो ऐसे चलते हैं, हम लोगों को एक साथ काम कर रही हूँ। और डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट फाउंडेशन के साथ जुड़ने के बाद मेरा ऐसा फील हुआ कि मेरे साथ मेरे 700 RW भी मेरे साथ कुछ इम्प्रूव हो रहा है। अभी मैं 3 कैटेगरीज में काम कर रही हूँ। एक हैंडलूम के जो काम कर रहे हैं वो तो पहले वाला जैसे चलाते थे, लूम चलाते थे, वो भी डिज़ाइन चलती है। तो मैंने उनके लिए अपडेट डिज़ाइन के लिए मैंने सेंटर के लिए अप्लाई किया, वो भी चालू होगा। और एक है कैटेगरी के कि उन लोग पढ़ाई लिखाई भी है, कुछ काम करनी है, उनके लिए एक स्टिचिंग यूनिट स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ। और एक स्टूडेंट है, मेरे साथी है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेरे स्टूडेंट हैं मेरे साथ, उनके लिए एक ब्यूटिशियन के कोर्स के लिए नेटफी के साथ बात हुई, वो भी ट्रेनिंग चलाने के लिए तैयार हो रही है अभी। टाइम हो गया क्या?
टाइम नहीं हुआ, और बोलिए।
नहीं, आपको तो
मैंने इनको कहा था कि 4 मिनट मिलेगा सबको, क्योंकि हमें टाइम से खत्म करना है, लेकिन आप बोल सकती हैं 2 मिनट और।
तो हम लोग ऐसे एक साथ काम कर रही हूँ। अभी तो एक बिजनेस वुमेन हो गई हूँ मैं मेरे एक कम्युनिटी में। पहले मुझे कोई पहचाना नहीं, आजकल मुझे पहचानते हैं। मैं मेरे सेंटर में से सबको सर्विस दे रही हूँ। उनको टाइम बच गया, क्योंकि जब हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं आधार कार्ड उनको ज़रूरी है, नहीं तो उनको लाइन में लगना चाहिए। तो उतना टाइम तो बच गया है ना। पैन कार्ड, आधार कार्ड और सीएसपी सीएससी की सर्विस भी मैं दे रही हूँ, क्योंकि उनको ज़्यादा पैसा खर्चा करके दूर जाना नहीं, मेरे वहाँ से भी पैसा उठाते हैं। ये भी काम कर रही हूँ मैं।
अब हो गया। सो
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि इसको हाइब्रिड लैंग्वेज में रखेंगे। सो when they will speak in Hindi, I will translate a little bit and also try to provide some more information. Manjuvara is working on a project called Udyamini, which is active in West Bengal and Assam. And through that project, what we're trying to do is we identify women in rural areas who themselves are artisans and are micro entrepreneurs, and they find other rural women entrepreneurs and train them on how digital can be integrated in their whole process of business. So along with her own work, she is also training how many, कितने RWE को आप ट्रेन करती हैं, कितने RWE के साथ? 700 रूरल वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के साथ भी ये काम करती हैं, उनको देखती हैं कि उनके बिजनेसेस कैसे बेहतर हो सकें. और I think in this room quite a few people understand Hindi also, but I will still translate a little bit more. She spoke about where she comes from. She said that she provides her community with several digital services like PAN card, Aadhaar card, creating the identity cards, helping them apply for health schemes and other government entitlements. And I think that everybody has a slightly different story. So I want to also go to the next person, which is Mansi. एंड मानसी आती हैं पिथौरागढ़ से. जो आपने वीडियो देखा उसमें भी मानसी थी, लेकिन मानसी मैं चाहूंगा कि आप अपने मुंह से भी कुछ बताएं हमें. कहाँ से आती हैं, आपके गांव में क्या सिचुएशन है, और आप सूचना प्रेन्योर जब से बनी है तब से क्या काम करती हैं?
Hello, Aris. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. I'm Mansa Sirkal. I am from Uttarakhand, which is called Devbhumi, and I am being proud to be a पहाड़ी. हम पहाड़ी हैं, तो मैं आपको बताती हूँ. जैसे आप लोगों ने ये वीडियो देखा होगा, बहुत चीज़ें इसमें स्ट्रगल बहुत ज़्यादा है. जिस एरिया से, स्टेट से मैं बिलोंग करती हूँ, वहाँ बहुत चीज़ें इतनी डिफ़िकल्ट है, आप सोच नहीं सकते. जैसे जो बेसिक जो ह्यूमन नीड्स होती हैं, जैसे आप लोग को देखते हैं, यहाँ मूवीज़ देखते हैं या ऑनलाइन चीज़ें आप देखते हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस करते हैं, पर ये सब चीज़ें अभी तक वहाँ डेवलप हुआ ही नहीं है. जहाँ तक एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड है या फिर आप हेल्थ से रिलेटेड गवर्नमेंट स्कीमें हैं, ये सबसे वहाँ की चीज़ें अभी रूरल एरिया ना, जो रूरल एरिया कहते हैं ना, वो आप इस चीज़ से समझ सकते हैं कि वहाँ ये सब चीज़ें होती ही नहीं है. वहाँ बहुत लाइफ इतना स्ट्रगल है वहाँ जीने के लिए कि आप सोच भी नहीं सकते. देख सकते हैं जैसा आपने वीडियो देखा, इसमें नेचुरल डिजास्टर का है. ये चीज़ें रियल है. यहाँ हर मौसम, महीने ये सब चीज़ें वहाँ नॉर्मल है, क्योंकि वहाँ हिली एरिया एक तो, फिर डिजास्टर इतना ज़्यादा हो जाता है कि लोगों का वहाँ रहना मुश्किल हो चुका है. अब मैं इस चीज़ से मैं डीएफ को थैंक यू कहना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया स्टेज में आने का. ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है कि हम स्टेज में आए. बेसिकली वुमेन होने के अकॉर्डिंग तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत प्राउड वाली बात है कि मैं यहाँ स्टेज में आई और मैं आप लोग को बता रही हूँ. बहुत से आप लोगों ने बस इतना सुना होगा कि स्टेट उत्तराखंड है, किसी ने ये नहीं सुना होगा कि धारचूला. किसी ने सुना है ऑडियंस में? सुना है? बहुत से कम लोग ये जानते हैं कि ये धारचूला भी एक ब्लॉक है या प्लेस है ऐसे ही, क्योंकि वहाँ ये सब चीज़ें है ही नहीं। क्योंकि बहुत पिछड़ा इलाका है तो लोग वहाँ बहुत कम से कम आना चाहते हैं। जैसे कि अगर आप लोग को रिसोर्सेज मिलेंगे, अच्छी-अच्छी चीज़ें, तो सब वहाँ विज़िट करने जाएँगे। पर ऐसी जगह में बहुत कम लोग आ पाते हैं और बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं ये सब, कि वहाँ ऐसा भी कुछ है। एजुकेशन की इश्यू, वुमेन्स के लिए राइट्स, सब बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं जो धीरे-धीरे मैम आपको बताएँगे। अभी के लिए बस इतना ही।
अब आप ये भी बता सकती हैं कि इश्यूज तो एज मानसी मेंशन्ड इतने सारे इश्यूज हैं वहां पर, और वीडियो में वो बता भी रही थी कि वो किस तरीके से उन इश्यूज के साथ जूझती हैं और लड़ने की कोशिश करती हैं उन इश्यूज से। तो जब से हम लोगों ने वहां पर इंटरनेट की सुविधा की है और आप अब लोगों को वहां पर सर्विसेज भी दे रही हैं, कल मैं इनसे बात कर रहा था तो इनके पास एक टारगेट था कि कितने लोगों को इनको डिजिटल लिटरेसी प्रोवाइड करनी थी, एंड उन्होंने उस टारगेट को इतनी बढ़िया तरीके से क्रॉस किया और उससे बहुत ज्यादा लोगों तक अब वो डिजिटल लिटरेसी पहुंचा पा रही हैं। तो मेरे को तो बहुत खुशी हो रही है देखकर कि जो काम हम लोग करते हैं वो एक्चुअली ऐसे एरियाज में है जहां पर अगर मानसी जैसे लोग नहीं होते तो शायद उन लोगों तक उनको डिजिटल का मतलब भी नहीं पता होता, क्योंकि वहां पर कोई भी डिजिटल का वो नहीं है। तो आप कुछ सर्विसेज के बारे में बताइए जो आप प्रोवाइड करती हैं वहां पर।
जैसे मैं दोनों चीज़ें सर्व करती हूँ। जैसे डिजिटल सर्विस में आधार कार्ड बनाना, पैन कार्ड बनाना, जैसे जो गवर्नमेंट स्कीमें आती है, बहुत सी जैसे आयुष्मान कार्ड, ये सब हेल्थ कार्ड बनता है। वहाँ के वुमेन्स को पता नहीं था कि हेल्थ कार्ड भी बनता है इस टाइप से, कि हाँ, आपका इलाज गवर्नमेंट करेगी। आपके पास आपको ये कार्ड बनाना है और ये सब होगा। वहाँ जब हमने सर्वे किया मेरी टीम ने, हम ऐसे 10 लोग हैं वहाँ, तो हमने अपने गाँव में एक-दूसरे के जो दूर-दूर गाँव हैं, वहाँ ना एक से कॉल में बात नहीं हो सकती, इंटरनेट की बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। लेकिन जब से मैंने डीएफ जॉइन किया और एसपी बनी, जो जब सर लोग आए वहाँ, नेटवर्क की जो इश्यू थी उसको तो उस पे वर्क किया। अब ऐसा है कि हम बात करके चीज़ें सॉर्ट आउट कर सकते हैं। अब पहले से, अब मुझे 1 साल हो चुका है, तब से और अब से बहुत डिफरेंस आया है। मैं वहाँ लोगों के पास जाती हूँ, उन्हें बताती हूँ, इवन वो बहुत खुश होते हैं। मैं जब हम जो हमें मतलब वर्क मिला था, हम स्कूलों में गए, हमने पढ़ाया वहाँ, बच्चे एकदम खुश हो गए। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि कंप्यूटर कंप्यूटर है, उसमें टाइपिंग होता है इस टाइप से, क्योंकि पता ही नहीं था वहाँ। क्योंकि स्कूलों में भी इतना नहीं हो पाता है, क्योंकि एक तो बहुत दूर इलाका हो गया, फिर डिजास्टर ये सब होता है, रास्ता हर टाइम खराब रहता है, बारिश में, रेनी सीजन हो, समर सीजन हो, डजंट मैटर, वहाँ हमेशा रास्ता खराब ही रहता है। तो फिर लोग ना दूर दूर से आने से डरते हैं, क्योंकि ऐसे इलाके में कौन रहना चाहेगा, सेफ्टी फर्स्ट है ना। बट अब हम ये चाहते हैं ना कि जहाँ हम रहे वहाँ ये सब चीज़ें सही हो जाए। अब अपना घर छोड़ के कौन जाएगा, ऑफ कोर्स। तो फिर हम ये चाहते थे कि वहाँ सब ये ठीक हो जाए, तो पर अब धीरे-धीरे चीज़ें ठीक हो रही है। अब जैसे मैं डिजिटल सर्विस की बात करूँ तो स्पेशली हमारे वहाँ वुमेन्स, उनको कुछ पता नहीं होता है। सच में घर गृहस्थी में ही रह जाती हैं वो। तो फिर वो क्या करती हैं, जब से मैंने जो मेरा सेंटर देखा, उन्होंने देखा कि एक फीमेल है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि एक फीमेल एक सेंटर चला रही है। विलेज विलेज एरिया में ये सब बहुत मतलब सरप्राइज़ थिंग है कि एक वुमेन चला रही है एक शॉप इस टाइप से। तो फिर वो लोग आते हैं, पूछते हैं कि ये क्या है मैम, यहाँ क्या हो रहा है? मतलब आप क्या करती हैं यहाँ पे? तो मैंने उन्हें बताया कि आइए आप सीखिए चीज़ें, नई-नई चीज़ें। मैंने जैसे डिजिटल सर्विस में मैं उन्हें फ़ोन चलाना मतलब फ़ोन से रिलेटेड ये डिजिटल लिटरेसी में मैं सिखाती हूँ उनको, और डिजिटल सर्विस में फ़ोटोकॉपी बना के देती हूँ। आधार कार्ड बनाया मैंने, उनके जाति, स्थायी ऑनलाइन करवाना, क्योंकि ये सारे काम तो मेंस करते थे, वुमेन्स को सिर्फ़ घर का काम ही अलाउड था। तो वो मेरे वहाँ आती है, मुझसे बोलती कि मैम आप करवा देंगी? तो मैं कहती हूँ हाँ, येस, आप आइए मेरे पास, मैं करवा दूँगी। और मैंने बहुत से औरतों को ये भी कहा है कि आप आ जाइए, हम कंप्यूटर क्लास भी मैं आपको कराऊँगी, ये आप लोग को आना चाहिए। उन्होंने हमसे ये कहा, एक वुमन थी, उन्होंने मुझसे ये कहा कि मैम मुझे ना, मतलब मैं बचपन से पढ़ना चाहती थी, पर घर की स्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी, मेरी शादी हो गई, बट मुझे पढ़ने का बहुत शौक है। सच में वो बहुत एक्टिव है, जब से मैं जॉइन हुई हूँ, मेरा सेंटर है, मैं अकेली एज़ अ वुमन काम करती हूँ, तो वो हमेशा आ जाती थी कि मैम आप इतनी छोटी हैं और फिर भी आप एक काम करती हैं। तो वो हमेशा आके वो मेरी हेल्प करती थी, ऐसे कीजिए, वैसा कीजिए। तो फिर मैंने उनसे कहा, तो उन्होंने अपनी कहानी बताई मुझे। फिर मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, एक काम कीजिए, जब आप फ्री होती हैं, घर का सारा काम कर लेती हैं, तो उसके बाद मेरे पास आ जाइए, मैं आपको कंप्यूटर चलाना भी सिखा दूँगी और चीज़ें भी। तो फिर वो मुझसे कहती हैं कि मैम मैं कैसे कर सकती हूँ, तो पढ़े लिखे ही करते हैं। मैंने कहा ये पढ़े लिखों का नहीं है, ये कोई भी कर सकता है, पढ़ने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती है। तो वो डेली आती है पढ़ने के लिए। तो वो चीज़ मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि हाँ, मैं कुछ कर रही हूँ। और इस चीज़ से मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा, मैं अपने जॉब से बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ। वही वहाँ जो गर्ल्स होती है, मैं उनको भी बोलती हूँ कि आप आइए, सीखिए। पैसे नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ओके। सीखना ज़रूरी है। अगर हम सीखेंगे ना, तो हम आगे भी सिखाएँगे इस चीज़ के लिए।
जी जी
तो बस
बिल्कुल।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mansi. Yes, and Mansi highlighted something very important, which I want to again highlight, that the fact that she is a woman who is running a Suchnapreneur center increases the value of that center as well, because in many communities, due to patriarchy and several other barriers, women face issues coming out of their homes and working. So the Suchnapreneur in the village becomes a role model for the girls. So in many situations, we've seen that the Suchnapreneur, in fact, is the first woman in the village who is stepping out of her home and actually providing any sort of services. And she becomes a role model for the entire, all the girls in the community. But now I also want to talk about Bharat, who comes from the North Bengal region. And I don't want to introduce his region. I want him to talk about where he comes from. So Bharat, you can go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Garani Senja, Namaskaram. My name is Bharat Chutu, come from the land of two drums, now it called Tutupada, which lies Indo-Bhutan borders. And crossing from the multiple rivers, multiple huge dense forests, huge the homes of wild animals. So imagine it how we're facing in the how how the place will be. So it's very interesting, like to come in the stage and sharing the stories. Like it's a very big thing for us. And today I'm here with traditional attire. It's called Ojaiwa. It's our Toto identity. And Toto, is a very small and rare tribe. Approx 1,600 people living in this earth. Living in a such place, like if you want to go to Topada, then you can't enter before the sunset, and even if you want to come out from there, then you can't come out before the sunrise. So, but the challenge is not the communication is, but the challenge is the coming days, the digitals. It's a very new thing for us, even for the Toto community. Toto is now rarely 600, but among them, the 10% people are educated, and most of the now living like in such rural areas, and they are engaged in agricultures. But although this is 225 and people are living, it's very unimaginable. Like you can't imagine how it's the people are facing. And now the big challenges is that the people are facing a problem in such a digital world to how to adapt. Like now, government is putting pressures to make a documents. Even it become necessary like to make the documents and all. But you think that the peoples who don't know, you never got educations, and even they never seen such these things, then how they will be. So imagine how the problems, how the challenges will be. So there is a center, DF has set up the center. It's called Padaivasa, a digital centers. Now we made it, I have a teams, and we made it as an internet hub or a digital hub that the people can access, even they can make the documents. Uh, 60-70% so we have covered on the making documents of peoples, of total peoples, such as caste certificates, Aadhaar card corrections, voter card corrections, make PAN cards, birth certificates. But it's not only like this making documents. Even we're providing the tuitions, preparing the students. Comparing to like since 2 years, now I'm feeling very happy that the coming generations students are making interest in the STEMs, so the science technology. So it's all these are become because of the DEF that playing the vital role. And such, I'm also very happy with the DF that we people never imagine, even never, thought about these things will happen in Totopadas. And now, basically, I'm working on the digital literacy, and I'm teaching to the community about computer educations, because I know that coming days will be the digital world, and have to fight with it digitally. So I'm preparing the students that to get ready for the to fight with the digital world, in digital area. So that's it. And I want to add some points. That is, through DF, some of the students they made their lives, such as two students I want to mention, Shiva Toto and Raj Toto. Uh, he is now serving as Indian Army, and it's all because of uh, he got a tuitions from our centers, and even online education, all these things. And now he is very thanking to them. Even in sometimes he comes in my centers and he is helping, even preparing to the students also. And even apart from that, the 5 students now they are in Bangalore universities. They are achieving their higher educations. So such like that, we're preparing them. Otherwise, nobody's there to guiding those such total peoples basically. And most of the NGOs and many of the even governments are mentioning about that total language is endangered. But I want to clear out that not all language, the we peoples are endangered. Comparing to like last year's, that our birth rate is decreasing and death rate is increasing. So these health facilities, not only I'm not blaming, but maybe in such some things that misunderstanding, like something is happening there. So I want to clear out like these things are happening on our Totopadas, and sometimes I feel bad that I can't do anything there. But I'm hoping to the even governments, even some NGOs are looking forward that how we can preserve, how can we can save from this entire world. Even though I just looking forward. So thank you again. I'm to the DF that giving us such opportunity to share my stories. Even thank you.
Yeah, so as Bharat mentioned, Toto language is not only endangered, even the community is now endangered. And here, there's one difference in where most of our centers are, and in Totopara. In Totopara, we are working really hard towards cultural preservation as well, because it is important to archive their practices and their language and their culture, because it is not properly recorded everywhere. So we are also trying to preserve their culture as well as provide connectivity, which means access to all sorts of services. Now, as many of you would know, most of the government entitlements, health services, IDs have all gone online. So without digital tools, we cannot access our basic rights. So all of these people are that bridging that small gap that is there between government entitlements and accessing government entitlements and providing services to the people. But next, I want to go to Dulumuni, who also comes from Assam. Dulumuni. आप असम से हो ना? हाँ हाँ. Dulumini is from Assam, and she's going to speak in Assamese, and Manju will translate.
হয়, সকলোকে আমাৰ তৰফৰ পৰা নমস্কাৰ জনাইছো। মই 2023 চনৰ পৰা ডিএফৰ লগত জড়িত হৈ SBM হিচাপে কাম কৰি আছো। আৰু প্ৰথমতে মই আছিলো এজনী গৃহিণী, বিশেষ মানে স্মাৰ্টফোনৰ বিষয়ে ইমান একো জনা নাছিলো। তাৰপিছত যেতিয়াৰ পৰা মানে SBM হিচাপে জইন কৰিলো, বহুত কথা জানিলো। কেনেকে মোবাইলটো চলাব লাগে, স্মাৰ্টফোনটো কেনেকে চলাব লাগে, বা বিজনেছ কেনেকে কৰিব লাগে, এই গোটেইখিনি বস্তু আমি ইয়াতে জড়িত হৈ শিকিছো। প্ৰথমতে একো জনা নাছিলো। তাৰপিছত আমাৰ যিহেতু গাঁও বহুত দুখীয়া গাঁও, ভিতৰুৱা গাঁও, আমাৰ মোবাইলবিলাকো চবৰে হাতত নাছিলে, মানে স্মাৰ্টফোন নাছিলে। এতিয়া সকলোৰে ওচৰত হৈছে এতিয়া স্মাৰ্টফোনটো আৰু তাৰ ব্যৱহাৰৰ বিষয়ে আমি সকলোকে জনাই দিছোঁ যিহেতু মোৰ তলত 500 RW আছে তেওঁলোকক স্মাৰ্টফোনৰ বিষয়ে জনাইছোঁ কেনেকৈ হোৱাটছএপ বিজনেছ কৰিব লাগে ফেচবুক চলাব লাগে ইনষ্টাগ্ৰাম চলাব লাগে আমাৰ যিহেতু গাঁৱতে বিক্ৰী হৈছিলে আমাৰ কাপোৰ কানিবিলাক এতিয়া কি হৈছে কেনেকৈ আমি ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়াৰ যোগেদি আৰু অলপ বঢ়াব পাৰোঁ আমাৰ বিজনেছটো এইবিলাকৰ বিষয়ে তেওঁলোকক শিকাওঁ মেৰা এপৰ জৰিয়তে যিমানখিনি আমাৰ গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট স্কিম আছে এইবিলাকৰ বিষয়ে আগতে জনা নাছিলে আমাৰ গাঁৱৰ ভিতৰুৱা অঞ্চল যিহেতু এইখিনি তেওঁলোকে জনা নাছিলে এতিয়া আমি সেইবিলাক তেওঁলোকক জনাইছোঁ ভিতৰুৱা অঞ্চলবিলাকো এতিয়া চব কথা গম পায় যিহেতু আমি এজনী মানে সূচনা পিনিয়ৰ সেইকাৰণে এইটো আমাৰ কৰ্তব্য বা দায়িত্ব বহুতখিনি ডেভেলপ হৈছে এতিয়া আমি ইয়াতে জইন কৰাৰ পিছত বহুতখিনি ডেভেলপ হৈছে আৰু মেৰা বিলত কেনেকৈ আমি হিচাপটো ৰাখিব লাগে কেটলগ কেনেকৈ বনাব লাগে এইবিলাকৰ বিষয়ে তেওঁলোকক জনাইছোঁ
दुलमणि वर्षा जी ने बोला कि 2023 में DEF से ज्वाइनिंग हुई उसके बाद उन्होंने मोबाइल कैसे चलाते हैं वो सीखा पहले उन्होंने मोबाइल चलाना भी नहीं आती थी और DEF से जुड़ने से बाद उनको मोबाइल चलाना आता है और उनका विलेज बहुत गरीबी विलेज थे वहाँ में पहले गांव में स्मार्टफोन नहीं थे अभी सबके पास स्मार्टफोन है उन लोग अभी सूचना प्रेरणा बिजनेस मित्र सेंटर से वो आजकल आभा कार्ड ई श्रम पैन कार्ड ये सर्विस दे रहे हैं और बिजनेस के बारे में भी RW को रूरल वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट को ये सर्विस दे रहे हैं सिखाते हैं 500 RW को वो ट्रेनिंग डिजिटली ट्रेनिंग कर रहा है हैंडलूम के साथ भी जुड़े हैं वो हैंडलूम के काम भी करते हैं
और फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम भी यूज करते हैं मैंने सुना था
फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम भी यूज करते हैं
एंड ये वो प्रोडक्ट है जो जिस प्रोडक्ट का की आप ही ने बनाया हाँ इन्होंने खुद बनाया सो ये खुद ये प्रोडक्ट बनाती भी हैं और ऐसे और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को ट्रेनिंग देती हैं ताकि वो डिजिटल के मीडियम से अपने प्रोडक्ट का प्रचार और अच्छे से कर सके और आपने भी बनाया ना ये आपने लाया अच्छा अभी ये क्या है
हमारे गमछा है
हाँ
असम के गमछा है
हाँ ये असम का गमछा है
हमारे हार्ट्स ऑफ जुबिन गार्ग का गाना लिखा है आप
ओ तो ये सारे हैंडलूम वर्कर्स जो रूरल वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं आसाम और वेस्ट बंगाल के तो आप देख रहे हैं कि कैसे डिजिटल के माध्यम से सब कोई डिफरेंट तरीके से कोशिश कर रहा है कि अपने कम्युनिटी का प्रचार करे अपने कम्युनिटी का एम्पावरमेंट लाए ये काजीरंगा का है अच्छा ये भी इसको भी प्रमोट करते हैं आप लोग अच्छा हाँ चलिए अब बैठ जाइए मुझे प्रियंका से भी कुछ सवाल पूछने हैं प्रियंका आप माइक ले लो तो मुझे पता है कि प्रियंका नॉर्थ बंगाल के एक टी गार्डन कम्युनिटी से आती है एंड अगेन मैं चाहता हूं कि प्रियंका ही खुद का इंट्रोडक्शन दे और उस रीजन के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताए
जी नमस्ते मेरा नाम प्रियंका पासवान है और मैं बंदापानी टी गार्डन से हूँ जो कि अलीपुरद्वार टी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है स्टेट वेस्ट बंगाल हम लोग का जो बंदापानी टी गार्डन है वो भूटान बॉर्डर के बहुत ही सामने नज़दीक है और चारों तरफ से नदियाँ और फॉरेस्ट से घिरा हुआ है जिसके कारण लोगों को बहुत ही ज़्यादा समस्याएं देखी जाती है जैसे कि वहाँ पे कोई भी हॉस्पिटल का फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं है ना स्कूल्स है और लोगों को वहाँ पे कोई भी बेनिफिट के लिए 14 किलोमीटर दूर जाके उनको कोई भी फैसिलिटीज़ के लिए अप्लाई करते हैं जैसे कि कोई भी डिजिटल कोई भी काम हुआ या तो कुछ घर का सामान हो तो अगर बरसात के मौसम में जैसे कि होता है नदियाँ भर जाती है तो लोग बाहर जा भी नहीं पाते हैं और वहाँ के जो लोग जो है वो पढ़े लिखे नहीं है ज़्यादा और एक तो बंद बागान है हम लोग का टी गार्डन जो है वो 2013 से बंद है जिसके कारण वहाँ का जो महिलाएं है वो दूसरे टी गार्डन में जाके काम करते हैं। वहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम जो होती है वो इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी का होता है और है एक डॉक्यूमेंट को लेके, क्योंकि लोग लोग जो कमाते हैं उनका जो ज़िंदगी भर का जो कमाई है, पीएफ जिसको कहते हैं प्रोविडेंट फंड, वो रुक जाते हैं क्योंकि उनके डॉक्यूमेंट सही नहीं होते हैं। लेकिन उन लोगों को ये भी नहीं पता होता है कि उनके डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या रॉन्ग है, उसको कैसे जाके ठीक करें, ये कुछ उनको पता नहीं होता है और कोई बताते भी नहीं है। अगर किसी के पास गए कि मेरा ये रुका क्यों है, तो कोई उनको ये खुल के नहीं बताता है कि बिकॉज ऑफ उनके डॉक्यूमेंट्स में फॉल्ट है, उसके कारण उनका पीएफ है रुका हुआ है। तो ये बहुत बड़ा दिक्कतें आती है। तो इस हम लोग का सूचना प्रेनियर सेंटर से हम लोग उनको इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी भी दे रहे हैं, डिजिटल लिटरेसी भी दे रहे हैं और हम लोग का सेंटर से उनको सारा डॉक्यूमेंट्स करेक्ट कर रहे हैं और लोगों को अवेयरनेस कर रहे हैं कि उन लोगों को किस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या मतलब करेक्शन कैसे करें और कैसे जाके वो अपना स्कीम के साथ जुड़ पाएंगे, वो सारा हम लोग उस सेंटर से करते हैं। और हम लोग का जो टी गार्डन है कुछ एरिया मतलब दूर दूर है, बहुत सारे एरिया है जो कि दूर दूर है, जहाँ से हम लोगों तक आना, सूचना प्रेनियर सेंटर तक आना बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है। तो हम लोग खुद सारा सामान लेके उनके पास चले जाते हैं, अवेयरनेस करते हैं कि आप लोग इस स्कीम के साथ जुड़ सकते हैं, उनके सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स को चेक करते हैं कि आपका ये आधार कार्ड रॉन्ग है, इसके वजह से आप ये स्कीम के साथ जुड़ नहीं पाते। वो बहुत सारे द्वारे सरकार होता है, वो अपने वहाँ पे जाके अप्लाई तो करते हैं लेकिन रिजेक्ट हो जाता है और कोई बताने वाला नहीं है। तो हम लोग वो सारा डॉक्यूमेंट्स उनका सही करते हैं। डिजिटल लिटरेसी मैंने अभी तक 400 से 500 बच्चों को लिटरेट कर चुकी हूँ। और अभी और पहला बात है मतलब सिर्फ बंदापानी टी गार्डन है, आसपास के 4-5 टी गार्डन को लेके मैं काम करती हूँ और हम लोग का जो पंचायत मेंबर्स है वो कोई भी काम आने से हम लोग का सूचना प्रेनियर सेंटर को लेके काम ही करते हैं। मतलब सारा जितना भी कोई भी काम आ गया, जैसे हो गया ये एसआईआर को लेके हो गया, इससे पहले भी आए थे, बहुत सारा काम आते हैं जो हम लोग का सूचना प्रेनियर सेंटर मतलब मुझको कॉल करते हैं और साथ में हम लोग काम करते हैं। कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन हो या फिर कुछ भी हुआ, हम लोग व्हाट्सअप एक है जो हम लोग एक ग्रुप बनाए हैं, हर एक जगह से हम लोग लिए हैं, उसमें स्टेक होल्डर्स है बहुत सारे, जैसे कि टी गार्डन तो भी बंद है, तो पहले थे, तो वहाँ का जो अभी जो ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर्स है, उसके बाद हो गया आशा वर्कर, आईसीडीएस वर्कर्स है और पंचायत मेंबर्स है, उन सबको का ग्रुप में रख के जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है लोगों तक पहुंचाते हैं हम लोग। और एक हो गया हम लोग का जो टी गार्डन है वहाँ के लोग जो है मतलब कोई भी काम करवाने के लिए वो दूर जाना पड़ता था, तो अभी वो जाना नहीं पड़ता, वो हमारे सेंटर में आके ही करते हैं। और जो हो गया उनका डेली वेजेस जो है वो 230 ओनली है, तो उनको अगर बाहर जाके काम कराना होता है तो उनको अपना काम मतलब एब्सेंट करना पड़ता है, तो अब उनको वो नहीं करना होता है क्योंकि हमारा सेंटर संडे को भी खुला रहता है, तो हमारे यहाँ पे आके वो काम भी करा सकते हैं।
Thank you, Priyanka. The tea garden community in Assam and North Bengal is also one of the most underserved communities in India. And प्रियंका जैसे लोग बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अपनी कम्युनिटी को वो आगे कैसे बढ़ाएं, उनको सरकारी स्कीम से जोड़ें, उनको डिजिटली लिटरेट करें, एग्जैक्टली एज शी सेड। एक बार स्लाइड चेंज करोगे? तो ये 5 सूचना प्रेन्योर्स हैं आपके सामने, पर इन्हीं के तरह हम लोग डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट फाउंडेशन पूरे देश में काम करता है, और एंड नाउ वी हैव मोर देन 2000 such centers across the country. And this is the way that we are trying to transform the rural digital ecosystem, trying to see how we can bridge the very important gaps that are there in society. So I wanted these, as you heard from these people, those stories are very real and very relevant. So in these settings, we need to highlight those to ensure that we all know what the truth is about rural India, and that we are also working towards finding a solution around it. I think we can end the session with that. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you, Apneer. और थैंक यू हमारे सारे सूचना प्रेन्योर्स को। Thank you. We now move to our last session, a panel discussion on community networks as digital lifelines in times of crisis. In this session, we explore how community networks play a crucial role during moments of disruption, whether political unrest, natural disasters, or communication shutdowns, and how locally run networks help communities stay connected, informed, and resilient. This session is moderated by Dr. Syed Kazi. He's a director from Council for Social and Digital Development. And our speakers for this panel are Hina Singhal from Video Volunteers, George from Manipur Community Network Access. He will join us online. Shalini from Janastu, a community tech practitioner. I would like the moderator and speakers to please come on the stage.
Amir from DEF, please join. Because he is one of the fundamentally rooted, always on the field to set up networks across the country. So I think he will share some perspective also. So I think good afternoon. Since yesterday, the whole community network, and network, it's everything is on. Always this couple of words are repeating all the time. Discussions are also quite, sometimes converging, overlapping. Things are also overlapping. Certain perspectives are overlapping. But then there's no end to discussions. And it's good that since yesterday, focusing on issues around community network through various sessions, various perspectives. And I'm sure at the end of today, when the report or the document will come up, this will also give a wonderful landscape of the kind of topics or questions or perspective that has come out around this. The subject, I would rather say, as a subject called community network, which is internationally recognized, discussed, deliberated upon. And that is how we are towards the end of today's Community Network Xchange-Asia Pacific discussions. And in this session today, I welcome all of you. Neelam from Video Volunteers. I'm sorry. Hina from Video Volunteers. And Video Volunteers, we know it's a very old, quite an old organization, and they have been one of the pioneer in terms of how using audio visuals the community transformations or changes can be brought about, and they have been pioneering in this country and beyond this country also, that I think you have worked. So we have Shalini A. Oh, still I haven't asked her what is the A, but Shalini. And I have come to know her for the last few months now, and she is amazing. And recently we were together in a village in Manipur, in Churachandpur district, to a village which is of a Chiru Naga tribe, which is a 3,000 population village. And we went there to explore and set up a community network, MASH network. And some work has been done, something again will subsequently will be done. But I think she has been with Dinesh Janastu organization, and I think they are doing a lot of work. And so we have Amir, what's the full name? He's Amir Rahman, and he is from Digital Empowerment Foundation. I invited him impromptu because whenever I meet him and talk to him, I also learn from him a lot, because the kind of knowledge and experiences he brings from the ground while implementing, because he's in the implementation team at DEF. And that is why I also wanted him to be part of the discussion, because we are all discussing here. So anybody who can contribute is well and good. And George is joining. 3:30. So we have another resource person, young student leader, who is from Manipur itself. And there was some work we tried to do in Manipur, again in another district. So he will join online, and he will share perspective at 3:30. We have been told that he will join us at 3:30 for a certain specific period of time, because his mother is in the hospital or something. So certainly he will join us and share what is the work he has done. And in that particular village called Bongwal village, which is in Churachandpur in Manipur. So that gentleman, young leader, will join us in some time. But moving now to the topic that we are supposed to discuss in this brief time is all about community network as a lifeline in terms of crisis. So that is a topic of this session discussion. So when we say community network as a lifeline in terms of crisis, so the crisis could be that when there's no internet in this area. That's also a crisis, because all are connected outside this area. People are connected, we are not connected. Something electricity इसमें है, उसमें सारे उसमें हमारे यहाँ गांव में electricity नहीं है. So that is a crisis, which is kind of an extreme level. The another crisis is in terms of when there is a conflict, when there is a digital conflict, ethnic conflict, when long hours, long days, long weeks, months of internet shutdowns. The example Manipur is a global case study by now. So that is also a crisis. Third crisis is the climate change, natural disasters. That is quite happening a lot now, where even the digital infrastructure is becoming very vulnerable now. So that's increasing vulnerability, especially in the hilly regions, remote regions, Himalayan regions, and so on and so forth. That is also a kind of a crisis. So one is the darkness, one is the conflictual situations, one is the kind of natural climate change disaster situations. Especially Amir, recently you have been to Uttarakhand, you have been implementing some program, and you are going to implement some program in Himachal now in a village which is very affected by every year that floods and flash floods and all. And then so these are the 3-4 situations of a crisis, when there's a crisis. So how do you see that based on your experience? So Hina, from your perspective, video volunteers perspective, if you have worked on this community network perspective, or in that as a formula, as a solution, as an approach, so how do you see this, that when there's a crisis, whether this approach has worked or not, and what kind of solutions people are getting from this an approach that we are trying to support their local community, from your experience?
Yeah, thank you. So basically, for video volunteers, I would like to say, um, we build our entire model is around communities. For us, community network is something that we deeply believe in, and for us, community network is not digital; it is people first, and that is the core premise of our work. When we say that, what I mean is that, for instance, during COVID-19, there were so many instances of misinformation, disinformation, and so many, the rations was not being reaching people, the roads were blocked, the health crisis was like looming, and there was no information which could be trusted. At that time, the community stood up, and that is where the power of community network lies. When we say that everything has to be digital, we forget that this connectivity is also something which can be hampered by anybody. So we need to build more human networks on the ground, which is based out of communities, which doesn't have to be all digital. Like that is what we have seen in our own work. And when we talk about the conflict or like how the crises are being handled, one of our CCs that work in Orissa in a mining area, her name is Bideshni, and she receives death threats every day about the issues that she's covering or the videos that she's making about the mafia and the corporates and how the mining is exploiting the natural vegetation. She receives those death threats every day. But the thing is, the information that she has on from the ground, the local information, nobody has that. And that is what is the power of community network. And that is why we need to invest more in the community network.
Thank you, Hina. So what you are saying is that the perspective of community network should be seen in this way also, that it is a non-digital digital mix of network. It's a network of people in terms of crisis. It's a network of people to share information, to connect with information, and now towards resolutions of various critical challenges on the ground that you just mentioned. So taking the point that you said, community network is a network of people in a context towards resolving problems, and also where information is key to solving many of the fundamental problems that a community may be facing, right? That is what we have said. Thank you. We'll come back. So Pranita, kindly let us know when George joins so that we can immediately connect him. So now, Shalini, I think the point that I'm going to ask you is that the real community network, the technology of community network, mesh network. So we know there are problems, there are needs of network, internet dark areas, we all know, and even government data is saying something, all so many villages are connected, but still we don't, may not be. Hello, George, we'll join you in a while. So there is a need. So when we know there is a need in the community, there's a need to connect. We need to go, and we see that community network is a solution to connect the community, the village, city over there, over here. So what are the initial or fundamental problems that we face in terms of, first of all, making the community believe that this is a solution for you, this may work for you, because the adoption or the ownership or the acceptance of this idea is important, because this is something they have never heard or never been part of this exercise. That is one part. And then getting into that is in terms of the kind of equipment. The equipments are not readily available. When we say community, and then we say the equipment, they are not, I think, converging, because they're not easily available even to connect the community. The equipment part, the cost effectiveness of this equipment, and also the local capacities. So how they will run, maintain. I think these are all kind of challenges perhaps we see. So how do you, when you go to the field, you have been to recently to that village and you've implemented. So how do you see, we have a solution sitting over here, we know this is a solution for the community, but then taking it to the community. So what are those 3-4 things that is very, very difficult also to go to the ground and
make people accept and get solution based on that.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm glad to be here. So we have implemented community networks in different parts of India, and each geographical area is very different. Like from each area differs, each community differs. So every time we go with an open mind that how we tell community networks to them, explain community networks. That's very important. Not many understand. Like once you say like we have come to for setting up network, they will ask like, is it are you come to set up an internet? That's the first question. Or you like they forget sometimes internet also. Are you giving us mobile networks? Are you doing that? Like, are you building towers? Are you putting up mobile signals? Is this what you do? Like, so explaining that the basic like what is community networks itself is like a challenge in different parts, like so we say like for us when we try to explain, we say like community networks is for the community to own. It's for the community and by the community is what we say, like generally, like to the people, like it's how you all come together for to solve something or for to celebrate something, like how the that's what happened in the Manipur that we recently did it. So for a week, like there were like a lot of things were happening in the community. That was our observation, like how community came together for many different occasions. Like there was no electricity for a week, but like how we understood like how they come together to like solve the electricity problem. There was a marriage in the community, so how the whole village left everything, like their professions, their thing. Every day they used to gather for to do something, because the marriage is the it belongs to the community. The community person is getting married. So I'm just taking that example because it's very recent, and like the area that we went is a crisis prone area because Manipur was in a conflict, and the Chiru Naga tribe, like they are like are on the top of the mountain now, and they are the last. There are many villages, but like they are the last, and like nothing reaches them soon. No, like so when we were talking about them, like what to explain what the need of the community networks, like why do you need a network? The first most of the people said like we want to know about the news. We don't know what happens in Manipur, what happens between the two communities, like the conflict that is happening between. We don't know like what is coming to us. We are not aware of it. And so 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 some of the things, because newspaper has stopped coming, there's no public transport coming in to them, nothing, everything is like stopped. It's like complete shutdown for them. Either only they have to go to the city to get something, nothing comes to them directly. So there are many such things. The medical, there is uh, different facilities, like nobody comes to repair things easily. Like whatever happens in the community, they themselves have to solve it. So that basis we have used it to explain like why do you need a community network? What will happen when you have this network during the crisis? How you can come together to like be connected together, like and that's how like slowly when we introduced the technical details of it, like we put forward what is router, what are cables, what are different equipments, why this is needed, how you can connect. So there are tech savvy people also, because they need it. They understand like why this is so important for them. Like, and then like so in Manipur that had happened, but like when we did in Orissa also, it's the same thing. Like because there are again one different kind of tribes, and there were not a lot of Naxal activities were happening on that area. Like so for them also the same. Like how can we be safe? How can we be connected, like when some crisis happens, like how in a community we can talk to each other, stay connected together. That was very important for them. I'm in different area, but like phones doesn't work, sending some people doesn't work. But if there is a network around, local network, intranet, it's what we are talking about here. It's not internet. If you just have an internet, a local Wi-Fi connections, mesh connections, you are connected in any mode. You can use whatever device you have, like just connect to each other, talk to each other, know what is happening at other end of the village. That's how like mesh community networks was successful in many areas where we worked.
Thank you, Shalini. So, community network, crisis, feel safe, stay connected, keep talking to each other, keep confidence building in place in times of crisis and those vulnerabilities. I think that is what are the key words I'm taking from your views and your statements, observations that you had. So now we will go to George. George, can you hear us? George, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can
Am I audible?
we can hear you, but can you be a little louder, or I have to be louder?
Yeah. Okay. Am I audible?
I can hear, but can you hear?
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah. Of course, I can hear you.
Can you just say one word, one, two words?
Hello. Am I audible?
George,
Hello. Am I audible?
yeah, I think something is better than nothing. So I think we can hear you now. So I think since you will be here for only 10 minutes or so, so what we want to know from you is George is sitting in Churachandpur in Manipur in India. So, and he is from the one of the ethnic community that was into conflict with the another ethnic community, and they are now a kind of a de facto division. They are not moving each other for the last 3 years from each place to one place to the another. So George, I think we want to know from you is that your conflict experience that you had, the shutdowns that you had, and until recently, long days, weeks, months of shutdowns, and then the community network that you try to establish, and the kind of solutions or the kind of kind of support that you got through your network, or the solutions that you try to set up in that time of crisis. So can you share your experience to us quickly?
Yeah.
Just take time. Don't be in a hurry also. Just take time.
Okay. Thank you for having me here today. It's quite uh, a long day for me. Uh, my name is George Thangwan Sang. Uh, I'm part of the core team at Amri Karbik Community Development Project and Social for Council Social and Digital Development, which is implementing the Manipur Community Access Network. Basically, I would say my role involves coordinating for the project in setting up of community-centered connectivity in the region, which is located at Bungwal village in Lamka in Churchandpur district. And I am also supporting the community engagement, also overseeing the capacity building of the volunteers and ensuring that the local community has better access to the internet and opportunities. And I'm also working with the volunteers who have volunteered for the Manipur Community Access Network. It was in the year 2023 that the ethnic violence started in the 3rd of May 2023. And I think it's one of the longest shutdown in the history of India. It's been more than 1 year, approximately a year. We don't get any internet. Uh, we are being shut down, blackout of the internet. And the idea of this Manipur Access Community Access Network emerged when there is a total blackout of the internet. So we shared the idea. Uh, that's when we conceptualized that Manipur can that community access network can be created which is to be owned and which is to be owned by the community itself, which will be a resilient internet access model, so that even if there is a shutdown of internet, uh, the internet lifeline and people trust through the internet can we can build it again. So, and there are some challenges that we face during the setting up of the Manipur Kent network, which is basically from the chief, village chief, due to low awareness and some misinformation regarding the setting up of high-end tower. We are facing a bit of problem in that, but after two or three times giving the awareness and campaign, some village chief, they allowed the setting up of the high-end towers, which helps in the building of the community access network. One of our uh, the blackout, the internet shutdown. When we say internet shutdown, it does it does not mean that there is no social media and all, but we don't have any access to the information, uh, no access to information about education, even relief coordination. We cannot provide relief coordination through the internet, which is easily available when there is internet. And the most and foremost important thing, there can be no telemedicine, which is very one of the major problem that we face during the ethnic violence. And one of the problems that we face during the uh, internet blackout, internet shutdown, is misinformation. Misinformation, uh, let me put it in this way. The ethnic violence, which started on the 3rd of May 2023, is also somewhat uh, because of this misinformation. Misinformation also became a rampant, leading to fear and mistrust among the communities. Communities, when I say communities, between the Meitei, the Kuki, the Zomi, the Mar, yeah, this internet, I mean the digital divide, that due to the blackout of the internet, the digital divide deepened, and that is the gap that we wanted to bridge through the Manipur Community Access Network through this initiative. Our core motivation, our core motivation was to rebuild connectivity, not just the internet connectivity, but the trust that we once shared between the communities through this technology. We wanted to prove that we wanted to prove that internet, when owned and managed by the community, can become a tool for peace building rather than division. Uh, and with the local volunteers, I think we are able to achieve this. Uh, if I say 100%, I might be wrong, but at least we give our best. 80-90% we are successful in the Manipur Access Network through this initiative. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, George. So we heard you, but I think since I'm sitting close to you, I heard better all of us. Maybe quickly, he just lastly tried to say that there was a conflict, and still, I think since 2023, the conflict started in May, and until now, I think we all know how the situations are playing around. The president rule is still there in that particular state now, and then he's part of the Kuki-Zo community. So there's Mite and the conflict happened between these two major communities. And for 3 years now, they are not being able to use the mainstream capital city, mainstream airport, mainstream capital area, mainstream city, nothing. They are going reverse way, back way through Mizoram. Mizoram is another province, and from that particular district to Mizoram is a 1 day, full day journey to go to the Mizoram capital. And nowadays they are using the airport of Mizoram province, not their own province, because that is how their life is. Even all transportation essential commodities are coming that way, and inflation is a big challenge for people, for them especially, because everything is coming the longest way, the most difficult way. So what he's finally trying to say to that the network they have tried to establish, or the service they have tried to connect the community locals is in terms of conflict, where I think this initiative that they have initiated is more about peace building. Conflict resolution is important because information is very critical, and that is how George and his student team, because he's part of a student association called Siam Sin Paul P. This is a Paite Students Welfare Association. Paite is a sub-tribe, Paite, is a sub-tribe of the larger Kuki-Zo tribe communities. So he's a part of the student body, and the student body is trying to manage and run that network in that area. So thank you, George, for joining. If you stay back, then I can ask you one more question. I think if you stay back, then I will get back to you. Thank you. And this project they're running is from a Ethnic Foundation support, is an ISIF grantee under this project, on the community network in terms of a conflict, this initiative. Thank you, George. So now I think, Amir, that the question that comes to you is that when we see community, when we go and try to set up a community network, we don't have to violate any laws, the government laws, country laws, provisions, the guidelines that the Department of Telecom in India, for example, since you have implemented largely in India. So we don't have to violate, right? We don't have to violate. So my question to you that for us is that since you have done so many network setup, so how readily, feasibly, comfortably we can go and set up such localized hyperlocal networks in those areas where there's a need without violating the legal structure, legal framework in India. So what is your experience and example, and what you want to say on this? Because we don't have to go against the laws and the provisions and things like that.
So before doing any setup, you just need to check what we are doing. We just checking that the devices which we are using, that is not regulating any law. Okay. Also the height, like somewhere we need towers to put our devices. So we need to check the height. If it's under the required, what I say. If it's under our requirement, then it's okay. If we need more height, they need to go for the SACFA clearance. Yeah, license for the tower height. No. Also, you just what we are using two bands like 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz, which is openly available for anyone. So there is no any compliance issue with that devices.
So why not more and more organizations from the government coming forward to set up a community network, because they know they are not being able to connect. It's not coming very often.
See,
the demand is not coming from the ground.
Actually, sir, right now most of the part is connected. Geo is there, lots of places, so they don't need in every places. But somewhere we have demands, we are doing that.
Can I add something to what you said? So there's a difference between like a public network and a private network, because like there are a lot of private networks like this ISPs that coming into picture. Not many. I mean, see, when you set up a public network, also you are dependent on the ISPs again. Like you have to buy certain things, like, and in India still community networks are like not legal. Like, I mean, there are no policies developed for it. So it's on some organization's interest, and like how do you set up the network, like for the purpose of connecting, meaningful connections, like where there is a need, and going ethically, going by law, like also like you're not like when you talk about like internet, giving internet into the community through a public network. So how legally like you operate that? How legally you are not reselling anything, but you are giving something for the community so that like the ISPs also understands like the need of like the network in these unconnected areas, like so that's where like and give I mean setting up public networks is also not like an easy thing, like no you need there are many challenges to it, and there are many technicalities to it also, like so that's one like not every organizations or there's not a big movement here in India, like.
Thank you. Hina, again coming to you is um, the audiovisual network that you have. So any example you want to share that it has been effective in terms of addressing particular issue on the ground? Any one example that you can share?
You want one example of a issue resolved?
Yeah, issue resolved.
Okay. I think recently I will take an example of there was one video that we created which connected around 25 villages. We made an issue video about that, and eventually the government intervened, and we took the video to the government, and around 1 lakh people were impacted by a road construction. So that kind of impact we do see with our videos. So our we have around more than 20,000 videos on our YouTube channel itself, which are all community produced and first person narratives of the issues that people are facing in their daily lives, be it a public health issue or a hand pump issue or connectivity or discrimination, any kind of issue. And those those issues, out of 4 videos, 1 video does have an impact. So it's like 25% rate of impact, which has impacted around 45 million people. So that kind of impact through videos is there, but we really like this when I think of community network, for me the idea of community network is completely different from the way it is discussed right now in terms of internet and intranet and the local bandwidth and how you connect it to the larger grid. But for us, the community network, it means more in terms of how people are connected to each other, how the local groups are forming their own governance units and their own leaderships, and how they are raising their issues to the local authorities. That is how we see as community networks, how it is evolving. Even though like we have seen that people had access to internet or intranet or local networks as well, the issues were not resolved because it is not really about the connectivity issue. It is mostly about the people are not feeling heard. Like that is the primary issue, that the right to be heard by a citizen is something that is not taken seriously. And until unless we don't solve for that problem, even though if we are connected, it won't matter much. Like that's what our observation has been.
So it's like more about hearing the community, their voice through a network and collective force, and then taking it to the right sources and then getting it resolved. Right. So it's about more of a governance, also improving governance services and things like local leadership and things like that. Thank you, Hina. So again. I think I can stop for a while. Any views from, because it's a monotony way of, I think, going round and round. Any perspective you want to share from anyone, any perspective you may have to share that we have been trying to discuss, community network, in terms of crisis, resilience, anything. I think, please think. So I think we'll again get back to you. So Shalini, This is one model that your hardcore community network that Hina said that hard model is understanding of community network is different. Ours, yours is different. So building community capacity is not easy. So what is your take on that? Because that is, I think, one biggest challenge when you go to the ground.
Yeah, this it's very true. So when you talk about community networks, it's just not getting connections, getting connected. Getting connected is different in various angles. Like there should be an like network sustainability, there should be an economical sustainability. It's very important that that needs to happen within. Like otherwise, there is no meaning to your whole network. What are you solving by bringing this connection into the place? No. So in our case, like wherever we have worked, we have tried to like bring economic sustainability, like for example, like where we work in the core where we first started our community networks, like in Karnataka, we said we have set up a craft space like for the women community to come do like become a financial independence, because the women are the people who always stay in the village. Like men tends to go out, work and come back. But like how do you maintain the network, like how to sustain, I don't want to say maintain, but like how to sustain the network, who will own the network? Like you need to explain the purpose of the network, why it is like. So we started with this like bringing the craft space and making like marketing, digital marketing, trying to tell them like how to develop the products, how to sell, how to like speak confidently, like where you can like go. I mean, there are a lot of things involved in it, like, but that now like gave some confidence to the women in the community, like to like, okay, like now I have this, now I have this network, what I can do with this, like, no. And slowly we are developing on like uh, bringing literacy programs into them, like like adult literacy program, radio as a communication mode, like how do you talk to the people, how do you stay connected, like there are different services, like there are different ways, but we have chosen some models that worked very well for us, like radio as a main source of communications, because it's the oral, like it's the only the audio that they understand because they are low literates. So radio as a service, the craft space as one of the models. So this is what we have done. Like in other parts of the India, also like so like now when we have introduced internet in some part of the villages, like what was important for them, like they wanted to like do an online jobs, because there are many women who cannot travel because of the crisis that's happened in, it's not safe, or like they don't have much opportunity to go out. So a lot of women say like, can I apply, can I work from home, can you give us connectivity? It's very important, like I can have like financial stability, like independent. So, and for many is like work from home is an option. For many it's like education is a problem, is a thing, like where they want to like a lot of college goers, students who wants to come back, stay in the village and study, like when there are problems, there are no facilities, like this a shutdown happens, or like some, if there is a connectivity also, if there is like some war is happening, can they come back to the village and have some connectivity where they can participate? So these are some of the things that building, like what is needed, why connectivity, making it meaningful, for more meaningful, like every time identify what is the need in that area, like why people like news, I say like news, because they don't get newspapers, there are no cable connections, not much TVs in the community, like the Naga tribe that I was telling, like, so lot many wants to know like what's happening, they don't have proper internet, can I watch in TV also, like only one or two channels you may get it, what you subscribe to, like now that's what happened, no? Earlier you used to get every channel, but like now like what you pay you get it, so you cannot afford for that also now. So internet can, for some people it's a blessing also, like to stay connected, to know what is happening in the world, to know what is happening in your area.
So I think you say that need, objective, and meaningfulness. I think if this is clear to the community, then certainly the acceptance, ownership, and the capacities will come in place, right? I think that is very, very important as an approach. That is very important. So I think Amir, community network, going to the community, explaining the community, the terminologies, the items, the products, the processes is a very technical in terms. How can we make it more simplified to the community? Because uska language hi alag hai. That language is very little technical. How do you simplify that communication to the people? Because it's then only people will understand that, yeah, isko aise lage, this is how to fix this is how to put, even in training also. How do we simplify this whole language of transferring knowledge or technology to the community? How do you simplify that? What are the challenges quickly?
uh, if we are using the language which they understand or any animation or that sort of thing, then they can understand better. Okay, so right now we have a book of wireless network engineer module 1 and module 2. In that we created one animation slides, or we have soft copy also. So in that we are making this like networking things very simple. So if anyone who knows computer only, they can read and they can learn the basic of computer, then it's totally depend on the training, like how you are going to train them, how easily you are going to train, how soft language you are going to use. So it's depend on those things. So we trained lots of peoples, like we trained, like we have a one program like barefoot wireless engineer, that those people who's not from the IT background, who don't know internet, who don't know computer, we trained them also. Also we trained some females WWE and WWE program. So it's about the language, like how soft you are going to be.
So the local language, local content, and local approach to training is very, very important in this whole approach to community network. That is what you are trying to say, right? Thank you so much. So we have time to play the video. How much time will it take? It's a video of what George was trying to say. We did capture a video when he was in a very comfortable position to video that. So we have that video. But before that video, I have last question for Hina. Your model is very well heard, well known, and well accepted, well established. So if someone else in a remote organization community, in for example Manipur, wants to, are you working in Manipur? Okay. He wants to adopt this approach and model. So what could be that easy way to take this up there?
I'll give you my email ID. That is the easiest way. I'll give you my email ID and you can reach out and I'll connect you.
Okay. All right. So I got the answer. Thank you. So we'll play the video and then we'll close our discussion.
My name is George Thangwansang. So basically I'm working in the electric department of the state of Manipur state. The idea of setting up the community network came about when the ethnic violence erupted on the 3rd of May 2023. There is an internet blackout. To be precise, it's around 11 months exactly. And due to this internet shutdown, telecommunication also is being disrupted and families were cut off. The basic needs like the internet itself collapsed, and from that we realized that the digital exclusion, it amplifies the human suffering. That's when we conceptualize Manipur Community Access Network, which will be maintained by the community itself, and it should be ethical. And the main challenges most of the students who rely solely on the internet for education, they can't continue their education. It also affects the small local entrepreneurs which were dependent on the digital platform. And one of the major challenges is misinformation, fear. There is distrust among the community. Some of the village chiefs, due to misinformation and lack of awareness, they don't allow the tower being built in their village. But Eventually, one village chief, he came back to us and told us that if there is no harm in putting the tower, we can set up, but with some conditions. The second thing is technicality. Technician is there, but shortage of the raw materials because we couldn't procure it from Imphal. The nearest is Aizawl, but Aizawl also it's a hilly area. It takes days, it takes weeks to procure the items, the technical items, the materials. And after the community access network was set up completely, some volunteers set up a study camp which can be accessed online. So through that, they are getting education only. We went to around 5 to 10 villages where we think that the setting up of the tower will be possible so that it can give out the internet within a large radius. We make the campaign and the awareness, and most of the village chief and the villagers, they are happy and they have welcomed us. And one of the benefits of setting up this community access network is that students from different schools and colleges, they came to help like in setting up of the tower. Like they came, they learned, and one of the advantages that after setting up of the Kent community access network in Lamka, the IDPs, internally displaced persons, like all their belongings, even their certificates and all documents, they can have their documents print online, they can download it from online, and it also helps the lives of many in restoring their normal lives. Another point I want to make is that those small entrepreneurs which solely depends on the digital platform, it really helps them because their product can be seen again digitally. The internet for backhaul, we partnered with local ISP providers like Gignet. They help us set up the network. Some are being funded by the project funders. They help in setting up the network. They help in maintaining, and they also help in sustaining the network, which needs to be continued. Introduction of this community network, it really helps, especially the tribals like ours. Through this, we can reach out to the world, we can learn, we can educate through the internet. So community access network should be set up everywhere.
So we have cut short 2 minutes. I think we will still, the video is being improvised and will be developed further. So with that, thank you for all of you for sharing your perspective, and I will give my email to you. Thank you, Shalini and Amir. Thank you all of you, and I think a lot to share, but of course we can keep continuing the discussion. Thank you for joining, and there's a tea break now. Yeah. Okay. Let's go for the tea break. Thank you so much. I think when in this kind of discussion, when there is a more from the field and all, you don't get the masala of English or that, sophistications you will not find. This is how probably every time we discuss like this only. So this is a kind of a chit chat discussions that we have. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for the insightful discussion so far. The ideas shared today have truly reflected the spirit of CNX, where communities, innovation, and accountability come together to shape a more inclusive digital future. It's now time for a high tea break. Please enjoy the refreshments, and we request everyone to return by 4:30 p.m. for the concluding plenary and vote of thanks on data governance and accountability. Please go and have your tea, and please return at 4:30 p.m. sharply here for the concluding and vote of thanks session. Thank you everyone once again. Thank you so much. Thank you Sayed sir. Thank you to the speakers.